Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night Broadcasting Network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hellhounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network, where we play St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness Chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night, and it's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hellhounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a pack of young guru have come down from the state of Michigan to act as reinforcements to the sept of the Evening Star. And boy, have they had their hands full since they have arrived, because they have found that they have not been properly instructed since their first change in the ways of being guru, and they have had to learn through the ways of hard knocks from the school of hard knocks of how to become guru. But they're finally starting to find their footing and find their way through this world of darkness. If you like what you're hearing, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down in the description. And if you want to join us, come join our Discord community by following that Discord link, and you could be one of the 200 plus community members that make up our amazing community. So come on down and join us at St. Pete by Night. We would love to have you. We've been gone for 2 weeks, so we have a lot to catch up on. But of course, I couldn't tell this story alone. It would take some pretty incredible players to make it happen. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jay, and while we may be second pack in name, we're first pack in game. I'll be playing Deadbeat, the Bone Gnawer Rune.
Hi everyone, my name's Nikki, and I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox. Hello there, everyone. I'm Caity, and I'm playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard of the pack.
Hi there, my name's Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper, Camine, the Ragabash Black Fury.
So, players, as I said, this pack seems to be starting to find their footing. Whether it's learning the abilities and skills of a guru, whether it's beginning to mature as they were but teenagers when they first arrived in Tampa after their first changes just less than a year ago. They've finally started to come into their own. They've finally started to bond together as a pack. But every time they take 2 steps forward, they always seem to take at least 1 step back. Because the past has a terrible way of catching up with us. And as we left off, last time we met 2 weeks ago, the past had caught up with one particular pack member. Because as the pack was meeting, as a particularly tense altercation had taken place after the pack had found out that the Sept was working with a leech by the name of Spud to try and find a cure or a solution to this plant problem that was spreading throughout the city, a knock came to the door. And as the door was answered, there was a young woman with a baby on her hip standing at the door that was asking for someone by the name of Bradley Fletcher. So, that's where we will begin our scene this evening, right where we left off 2 weeks ago, with the woman standing at the door asking for Bradley Fletcher.
Delphine will stand at the door, just looking a little confused, and will just glance over at Deadbeat's direction. Yeah, 1 second. Hey, B, there's someone at the door for you?
I assume that I overheard the voice in the doorway, right? And I could
You
probably
did.
recognize it.
Actually, give me a wits and awareness just to make sure you could hear it clearly.
I got you. I assume that she's not something lost or overlooked, huh? Or probably
Definitely not. No.
Am I starting out at 1 rage as well?
I would say you're probably at 2 rage. There was a pretty tense altercation that was happening in the living room.
Yep. All right. That is 3 successes.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely identify the voice coming from the front door.
So there's a moment when I hear the voice and I hear Delphine foolishly say, someone at the door, or, referring to me, as kind of I freeze for a moment, as I just get the 100-yard stare for a second. As my heart starts racing, my hands clench up for a second before I know I'm out of the view of the door, right?
Absolutely.
I'm just going to shift to Lupus and try to run out the back door. And if I can't get out the back door, I'm just going to try and jump out the window.
Okay, go ahead and give me the shift, and then roll me a dexterity and stealth to try and sneak away. Obviously, you don't have to make a rage check for the shift, but give me the dexterity and stealth in your Lupus form, which you will get the bonus dice to that stealth check, as Lupus does give bonus dice to stealth.
Yeah, just this sheet.
What is everybody else doing while this is happening?
Would I have also heard this conversation at the front door?
Oh, yeah. I think everybody paused in what they were doing when they heard the knock at the door, as it was a very tense moment, but that was broken by the sound of the door knocking. And
I'm confused because I don't recognize that name, but I'm assuming I see Deadbeat's reaction to this whole thing.
roll me a wits and insight to try and discern the reaction. But yeah, there's an obvious reaction, but to try and tell what the reaction is.
Would I be able to do the same as well? Because listening to the conversation, seeing Delphine kind of turn into the room and addressing Deadbeat as B, I don't know if that would be like out of the norm if Delphine's been doing that before tonight. I'd like to kind of get a read on the situation.
Would I also be at 2 rage?
I would say everybody's at 2 rage right now based off of the interaction that just occurred with a lot of yelling and heightened tensions.
I am also very confused, and I don't make a move to like stop the situation or help in any way, but I do also notice that Deadbeat is freaking out and trying to change into lupus form and scram. So could I also do an insight check on this?
Sure. Let's have a group insight check.
I got a 4 on my stealth check. Should I roll some sort of subterfuge?
Oh, no. You could just go. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
if
yeah,
you want
thanks.
to disguise your emotions, yeah, give me a manipulation and subterfuge. Sure.
Yeah, just I feel like I'm trying to do that like more without thinking too much. Like obviously I'm trying not to show how I'm feeling.
I
But
will say, give me a -2 dice check on that, though, because you're not going to have the social skills to hide being in a lupus form.
you got it.
I got 0 successes on that insight, so I don't know shit.
I got a 5 and a crit.
I also got 5, but no crit.
Hang on a second. 2s on the rage dice are bestials, right? Or
Yes.
oh, then I got a brutal outcome. Never mind.
Okay.
We're gonna look so
I
silly
got-
when I. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I got a 6 with a crit.
You're gonna look so silly when I tell you I got a 1.
All right. So, to everybody who succeeded, Deadbeat panicked as soon as he heard the voice at the door. Even before Delphine called over to him. Now, Rory, since you were looking for that extra information about him being called B, that's new. That started tonight. That's new information. Before it was Deadbeat, maybe even DB occasionally, but it was always Deadbeat. Just B is new. That's a new development. But as soon as that voice was heard, there was a spark of recognition that immediately turned to panic. And this behavior is obvious avoidance. This is a flight reaction, not a fight reaction. Now, Delphine, you are not as insightful in this particular situation. And as you have had a brutal outcome in this situation, you would fall to a compulsion at this moment. Now, what that compulsion is going to be Call the Weak. Rage compels the Guru to hurt and destroy what they perceive to be the weakest link in a given situation. This compulsion often means physical harm. In some cases, it can also involve subtler types of damage, such as social or emotional. However, first, The player determines what their character sees as the weakest link in the current scene. It could be an ineffective old or sick person. It could be an outdated and damaged object. All of the character's actions not immediately resulting in harming or destroying this weakest link are performed at a 2 dice penalty to their current pools. This compulsion ends when the guru incapacitates, destroys, or drives away the weakest link, or the scene ends. Now, keep in mind, someone's fleeing right now.
My eyes are going to zero in on Deadbeat fleeing. Or am I noticing him leaving because of the stealthing? Or is he just stealthing for her, or is he like just
He's stealthing for her. You were looking directly at him.
Okay. I wanted to make sure.
She doesn't seem to notice him going away, but you knew where he was.
So my eyes will zero in on Deadbeat, and without so much as a word I'm completely ignoring the individual behind me now. I will leave the door cracked open and start beelining, following after him.
Okay. So, Deadbeat, you were headed for the back door, I assume, to get out of the house? Give me a dexterity and athletics to jump up and paw for the door to open it to get outside.
All right.
While DB is rolling that, I see Delphine start beelining it to DB, and I look over at Ray, and just like, do you want to do something about this? Like, she looks like she's about to kill him, so.
I'm more confused about the whole situation of random person, Deadbeat trying to run, and I haven't seen this person. I only heard the voice, correct?
Yeah.
So I don't even know what's going on. Seeing Delphine leave from the door and leaving it cracked, I'm going to go try to mitigate that problem first, because I feel like everyone else maybe can handle the situation in the back, but random person at the front door, don't know if they should be able to see this.
Okay. So as you go to intervene at the door, Deadbeat, what'd you get on your roll to get out?
2 successes.
Okay, I would say that's enough for you to get up and kind of paw at the door handle to twist it open and fling open the back door to squirm your way outside. At this point, Delphine, you can give chase out into the backyard if you'd like to, as Deadbeat kind of squirms his way out the back door.
Yeah, I actually, once out the back door, I would like to shift into Lupus as well.
Okay. We've got a lot happening right now. We're going to divide this into 2 situations, but for the first part, we are going to deal with Ray at the front door with the young woman. Ray, as you get to the front door, you see this young woman with her tan skin and her curly, wavy hair standing there. She seems to have a baby on her hip as she stands by the front door, somewhat confused, but also waiting expectantly. And as she sees a new individual approach the door, she kind of steps back for a moment and blinks before giving a smile. Hi.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, you were looking for someone? Sorry, I live here with my friend who just left the door.
Yes, I'm looking for Bradley.
I don't know anyone here by that name. It seemed like there was some connection with that name, but I personally don't know of anyone living here by that name.
Your friend seemed to know.
Yes. It seems like she's dealing with that at the moment. If you want, to wait out here for a few minutes, just I'll leave the door open a little bit, but if you want, just hang tight, and I can try to help figure this out and see what's going on. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I've been waiting a long time for this meeting.
If you don't mind me quickly asking, who exactly is this person to you, and why are you looking for him?
We have history. She kind of looks subconsciously to the baby for a moment and then back. Give me a wits and investigation.
Is the door open enough now to where, like, myself or Rory would be able to see this woman now?
Give me a wits and awareness. Because you got Ray, who's a pretty big guy standing in the doorway.
I only got 2 successes.
Maybe it's something about the hair color. Maybe it's something about the eyes. There's a similarity. There's something familiar in this child. Something. Maybe they're a cousin? There's a connection.
Like a familial connection that I can kind of register.
There's definitely something. She doesn't seem to have that. I mean, she's connected to the child somehow. There's a connection to her there as well. But there's definitely a resemblance to DB here.
Could I possibly also roll on the look that she gave the child?
Yes,
to like
insight.
maybe further my connection? That's a 5 with a crit.
She seems very concerned about the child and a little sad.
So maybe it's a family member's child that maybe the parents passed away or something, maybe news. I'm still very confused by the situation.
Yeah.
But telling her to kind of stay put for a little bit, I'm going to kind of close the door, leave it cracked. And then...
Let me go over to Juniper for a second. What'd you get there?
I got another 6 with a crit.
You can get a pretty good eye line of the woman and the baby, yes.
Great. I'm even more confused now than before.
Now, based off of the age of the child, they would be older than the amount of time you could guesstimate than you've known Deadbeat. Maybe just a little bit young. Well, probably about the time you've known Deadbeat, give or take.
I have
Yes,
a
Rory.
question.
Yeah.
Off of my crit from earlier. Is this similar to kind of the dodginess he was giving at the bar when we went to go get Rory's ID?
This
Or
is
would I
that
not be-
same panic, kind of a similar panic, uncomfortable. Yes, you can definitely tie the two together.
All right, so Rory is going to go into their bedroom, put on a pair of pants because she's still in just a baggy t-shirt and like boy shorts. Grab her keys, look at Ray and Juniper and be like, I will be right back.
Do you know what's going on? Like, do you have any connection to why DB would run like this?
I don't know exactly why, but this isn't the first time I've seen him kind of get squirrely. And I'm thinking it's to do with who was at the door. So I'm gonna go try and find him and see if I can get more information out of him so we can handle the situation a little bit better.
Well, I think that Delphine is also giving a good chase right now, so she might get to him before you do.
Why do you think I'm taking the van?
Okay.
I mean, make it quick because I don't know how long she's going to stand out there for. I don't know. Do we want to invite her in?
I mean, she has a baby. I was going
Yes.
to invite her in.
That would.
I know. That's why I said give it a couple minutes so we could figure something out.
Do you
Let's
not want me
transition.
to go?
Just go.
Out in the backyard, Deadbeat, you have opened the door and dove out into the backyard. Now you found yourself in a fenced-in concrete backyard. There are a few kind of possible paths of escape, plenty of shadows to hide in as it's late enough at night that there are pools to kind of duck into. Now there's cracks in the fence, broken boards that you could probably slip through, some chain link you could possibly climb over. But while you're deciding your escape route, another wolf comes out the door behind you. As Delphine, you give chase into the backyard. Now it's the two of you in the backyard.
In my lupus form, I'm going to have my head lowered, the fur on the back of my neck standing up, and my lip curled with my fangs just gleaming in the moonlight. And narrowing in on Deadbeat, I am going to launch myself forward and try to nip his hindquarters.
All right, give me a strength and brawl. Deadbeat, you can either strength and brawl to kind of counter, or you can dexterity and athletics to avoid.
I think I'm too much in a panic right now to like gracefully dodge. I'm more just doing my default programming, which is I'm just gonna forcibly knock my way out of this, and hell, heaven be damned who gets in my way. I'm gonna use a willpower actually to re-roll some of these. I got 6 with a crit.
I got 3.
Okay, so you're just trying to block. You're not actually attempting to do any damage, right? Or are you attempting to damage?
I don't think I'm trying to damage yet. It's a first, like, I'm almost more confused than anything because I was just running out. I was just tending to like kind of hide out and wait until things blew over. Then suddenly now I have Delphine lunging at me, so it's more of like a reactionary, like, turn around, like kind of block the nip, kind of like not too much of a deep bite, but like kind of biting towards like the neck, kind of like push away, like, get away from me. What is wrong with you? As I kind of let out a low growl, as I just stand at ready, kind of very hostile stance, kind of going low and just backing up slowly.
Okay, Delphine, as you lunge forward, going for Deadbeat, he kind of sidesteps to the side, using his teeth to grab at some fur, throwing you off balance, tossing you to the side as he spreads his legs out and backs up, the fur on the back of his neck standing up as he widens his stance, into an arc, kind of steadying himself, preparing for another lunge as he's now more ready and less caught off guard by your spring, in a more defensive stance, prepared for another attack if you were to go again. I will say you do take a point of superficial damage in the assault, though.
Yeah, so she'll probably just like give off a little pained yelp as she's nipped by him, because he's a much larger wolf than she is. She's pretty scrawny and raggedy. But she'll not backing down. She'll just growl and give a clipped bark. And she will start trying to pace, circling him, kind of doing that pacing where animals circle each other sort of deal, and trying to get behind him to try to launch herself at him again.
Okay. Give me another strength and brawl then.
Willpower.
I also use another willpower. Okay, that's another 4. Or not another, but a 4.
I got it too.
As the two of you circle around one another and then come to meet in the middle with claws and teeth kind of clashing and colliding, size wins out here as Deadbeat gets the upper hand and kind of brings his two claws clashing down, and the strength overpowering drives Delphine down to the ground, pushing her off and bashing her down to the ground, hitting her against the cement, doing another point of superficial damage as he just overpowers her and forces her back away from him, separating the two of you again as snarls and barks and growls just clash, causing the two of you to bash together and then separate once more.
I'm at this point just kind of letting out a, like, almost like a warning bark as I'm starting to make my way now towards like a shadow that I can lay low at or a spot that I could hide at, as I'm just trying to sink into this shadow away, trying to give one last warning to Delphine to leave me alone as I try and hide and ride this storm out.
Give me a manipulation and intimidation. And Delphine, give me a... let's give me a composure and...
Resolve?
Yeah, let's do composure and resolve.
Would my rage have increased at all in this altercation?
I'll say, yeah, you're at rage 3 by this point.
I got a 5 with a crit.
I got 3.
Your compulsion doesn't want you to back down, but you are clearly outmatched here. You could continue to fight on, but reason tells you that you will lose this battle. So, in this case, I think that you would likely take the hit and back down. Even though your compulsion wants you to take this individual out, your self-preservation would tell you that you should not continue to fight here. That you will let yourself stew over this, and you will wait for a better moment later on. A moment perhaps when you can catch them off guard, perhaps a moment when they are at their weakest or when they are not ready for you, but right now is not that time. You will lose this battle, and it is not a smart fight.
Lowering my head a little bit, I start to take a couple of steps back, limping just a little bit from the hits I have taken. And I don't I don't turn away from him just because self-preservation. I don't want to leave myself exposed to clearly the stronger of the two of us, and I'll just back away until I'm in the light of the open back doorway, and just once I'm in the light, I will limp back into the house.
Okay. Inside, it's not hard to overhear the sounds of growling and barking outside, but it's quick. Only seconds before Delphine comes slinking back inside with a little bit of a limp as she backs her way into the doorway in her lupus form. She's not bleeding by any means, maybe a little bruised, and you can see a couple of scrapes and scratches, but nothing too serious. I wouldn't say that she's even been cut in any way. It would be a scrape at the very worst as she backs her way in. Rory, so I assume you're going out to the car, passing by the young woman.
Would I have saw Delphine before I went out?
Yeah, I would say so. If you're grabbing the keys and getting dressed on your way out. This was literally 12 seconds, 20 seconds.
So because of the line of work my folks were in back home, would I be able to deduce that this was more like, would I be able to make a roll to see if it was like an alpha, dog scuffle, or if this was two actually damage, and Delphine was able to get away before any blood was drawn?
You can give me a wits or intelligence an animal can.
As she's doing that, I would look over at Delphine as she is kind of limping back in a little bit and looking kind of defeated, and just say, Did he run away?
I got a 4, and I used intelligence and animal kin.
Delphine will just give a low whine, followed by just a very annoyed growl, and look over her shoulder at the backyard.
Rory, you could deduce that this was probably a altercation, but nothing too serious. Probably maybe a dominance exercise of sorts. But I wouldn't say this was a death, a life or death situation. This wasn't an intent to harm or kill situation.
Okay. All right. So with that information, Rory is going to, instead of going to the van, she's going to just go to the backyard, and I'll let them settle before we go back to the backyard.
Seeing Delphine come in, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to grab all the clothes that are probably in the living room, and separate them between Deadbeats and Delphine's. Probably throw the clothes into the girls' room so that Delphine can turn back and change in there. And then probably following Rory outside, I'm going to just throw Deadbeat's clothes outside in case he does change. He has his clothes right there, because I'd rather not have a bunch of random clothes in the living room as we invite her in.
Fair enough. Okay, so grabbing the 2 piles of clothes, you toss Delphine's clothes into the girls' room and Deadbeat's clothes into the backyard.
And then after all that's set up, I will go to the front door and invite her in, because she's been waiting outside with a baby.
As you open the front door again, you can see that she has actually backed up off the front stoop and seems to be holding the child back away somewhat defensively. You have dogs?
It seemed like some dogs got into the backyard and had a little fight, but the fight's over. As far as I'm aware, there are no more dogs in the backyard. But we personally do not have dogs in the house.
Okay. Should I come back later? I mean, if this is a bad time.
I will kind of look back at the house and kind of see the inside the house and see the situation.
I'm just kind of like motioning, like, no, let her in. Let her in. Come on. Come on. Just nodding my head, waving my hand, big old grin on my face.
I think maybe it would be better for you to come back maybe another day. It seems a little weird right now in the house, and I don't want you to be in an even weirder situation by coming in.
Okay. Well,
I apologize.
I understand. It's been a while. I just really need to talk to Bradley. It's kind of important. Can I leave a phone number or something when he's available?
Yeah. I'll pull out a notepad in one of my pockets that I carry and a pen and hand it to her. Or with the baby, I will just write down the number.
As she relays the phone number to you and you jot it down, she says, staying at a motel nearby. You could just have him call me. Really like to talk to him as soon as possible. It's important.
I understand. I'll relay any information.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I hope everything's okay in there.
I hope so too. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry for everything, and hopefully we can figure this out soon.
Too. She gives a very weak smile and kind of jostles her baby a little bit, giving it like a little bounce before turning and walking back down the walkway, heading towards a taxi that's waiting by the curb.
With the phone number that was written down, I'm gonna flip to like the back of my notebook and write that number down and the information for the motel, so it's in two separate spots on my notebook.
As you look at the phone number, you see that it's a Michigan area code.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. But with that, I'll close the door and then turn around to the scene that is before me.
I'm now just standing there with my arms crossed, looking a little pissed off and just shaking my head. I'm just shaking my head. You shouldn't have let her go.
With the argument that we just had and with the situation that just immediately unfolded as soon as that door opened, I would rather have our current situation be figured out and calm before anything else goes bad tonight.
Yeah, but I mean, did you see the way that DB just ran?
Yes, and I want to figure out why he ran and what this whole situation is about and not make it even worse. Because right now, tensions are high.
Delphine will bark and move towards the door, looking at Ray and Juniper.
I mean, if it's bad enough that even Delphine went chasing after him, I say, as I start walking towards the back door. I don't know. I feel like if this doesn't get resolved now, it might not get resolved. But that's just knowing DB.
Well, I have her number, and I have her contact, and I know where she is at, so we can resolve this at a later time.
Now, you did take down her name, and it was Lila, Lilia. Now, in the backyard, Rory, you did go out there before this whole exchange, so you head out into the backyard, and there are pools of shadows, but there is a large wolf in the backyard, and while there are plenty of places to hide, not too hard to pick out Deadbeat in one of the corners of the pools of shadows. Deadbeat, go ahead and roll me a wits and awareness.
You got it. That is, oh my god, that's a 4, 5, 6 with a crit.
Not long after everybody went inside that you hear a car pulling away from the front of the house.
Kind of finally let out, exhale and just relax for a second. But I still wait kind of in my shadow, my corner, just in case, just to make sure until I see everyone and it seems like things are kind of all right at that point. Then I might start shifting back. But until then, I'm kind of calming down from the whole experience and trying to recompose myself.
Aurora, you are in the backyard with Deadbeat. Just the two of you for the moment.
All right, when she sees Ray throw the clothes, she's just going to kind of scoop them up and just kind of go not close to Deadbeat because he's obviously hunkering down. Something's obviously bothering him, but she's just going to kind of sit near him and just be like, as soon as she leaves or whatever happens, they're going to come out here and talk to you. They're going to want to know what happened.
As you were approaching, there would definitely be a low growl kind of emanating from him. Nothing too pressing, but more just don't get any closer kind of thing. As he kind of listens to you for a second, he just shakes his head and then continues. It's kind of laying low, breathing kind of heavy at this point, especially after just exerting himself with Delphine.
Yeah, once she hears the growling, she won't get any closer, and that's when she'll kind of sit down and she'll put the clothes in between them. Is this why you were all squirrely at the bar the other night?
His head will kind of shoot up. If you look over to you now, and kind of actually gonna show his fang, kind of snarl. It's just for a couple moments before just exhaling and then putting his head back down, kind of not responding after that for a little bit. He just kind of looks at his clothes and looks tired.
She'll kind of just study him for a second more. All right. Fine. I'll go back inside then. And she'll start to stand up and walk back in because she feels she's not going to get too much out of him if he's just going to keep growling. She's trying to extend that olive branch as best as she can and feels that the old image of him that she used to have is starting to appear and is just going to kind of give up and go inside.
At this point, as you're heading towards the door, you're met by the others.
Did you get anything out of him?
Bunch of growls. He ain't gonna talk tonight.
But he's still out there, right? He didn't run away.
He didn't run away.
It's good, I guess. Didn't want to go try to track him down in the middle of the night. Stakes is still here in the kitchen, right?
Yeah. She sat at the kitchen table, beer still in hand, looking over everything that's happened.
Stakes, do you know anything about what's going on?
I had to guess. Deadbeat has some business to take care of. When he's ready to talk, he'll talk. Go pushing him too hard, he's just going to clam up more. When he's ready, he'll say it.
I'll let out a deep, sigh and just rub my face with my hand a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I got it. Well, I have her information, so I'll open up my notebook and I'll rip out the first page that I had all the information written down and put it on the table. I'll leave this here for him. I'll go see if I can get him back inside. Maybe we can try
Don't
to talk.
even bother.
but-
He's just being too growly right now. Tried to even give him the clothes and he...
He'll come in when he's ready. Just let it be for now, but we can't let this wait for too long. Somebody's in town, they're gonna come back. We can't have a normal sniffing around here. A lot of weird shit happens in this place, obviously. So he's got to take care of this sooner rather than later, but we'll give him the night.
It's fair.
Everybody has secrets. His just happened to come out of the closet.
Storyteller would be all right at this point. It's fine because I think we were talking in the kitchen right now, or at least towards the patio. That at this point you'll actually see Deadbeat kind of poke his head in at this point now. Just actually, I've shifted back, got my clothes back on, and I'm kind of I'm not fully going in yet. I peek open the door to look in, make sure no one else is in there. Then I'll open it and walk in. As I don't say anything, I just kind of stare at everyone and. But I'm clothes. I even have a shirt on. I really just had pants, so just kind of walk towards the couch as I would just take a seat on the couch and grab the TV remote, turn on the TV.
Yeah, so as you step into the room, heading over towards the couch, roll me a dexterity and athletics, Deadbeat.
Oh boy. I got one success.
You manage to catch it out of the corner of your eye as a beer can comes flying from the kitchen table over in your direction. And out of the corner of your eye, you manage to reach up just in time to snag it with one hand. And it is a full beer having been thrown from Stakes to you. And you snag it out of the air as you sit down on the couch, prepared to watch some TV.
Seeing Deadbeat come back in, Delphine's ears will go flat again, and her fur on the back of her neck will puff up, but she still is remembering that he kicked her ass already, and she's just going to start slinking towards the bedroom, growling a little bit as she passes the living room towards the bedroom.
During all of this commotion, I would like to take a peek at the paper and memorize the phone number.
Right, give me a wits and investigation.
if Delphine passes, I'm just gonna shake my head and just kind of say like, crazy bitch, what the fuck were you think was gonna happen? And I just kind of sigh, though, crack open the beer and just start drinking as I just start flipping through channels. I'm not even watching anything really. I'm just kind of keep switching.
Rory, while that's all going on, is going to put the keys back where they were and then grab a bag of chips, open them, post herself back on the floor where she was working on her crossbow, and just kind of be a presence in the space in case something does happen again.
All right, Juniper, what'd you get?
I got 4 successes.
Okay, you're able to get the details of the motel and the phone number and the name, Lila. As everyone settles in from the night's events, a lot's happened. 2 steps forward, 1 steps back. Our dirty deeds, indeed, can come back to haunt us. We transition now to our next scene, where 3 members of the pack convene together in their room to have a little bit of a kiki of sorts. Are they bonding? Or are they dividing? That's to be determined. It's later the same evening. The night's events are still running over and over through each of your heads as you all have retreated to your sacred space to try and rest after everything that's happened. The Sept is working with a leech. Deadbeat has some history, apparently, that has trailed him all the way from Michigan here to Florida. Who was that woman? Who is that child? And what could possibly shake him to his very core to send him running away? Deadbeat doesn't run. He's too lazy for that at the very least, let alone too proud to run. Not to mention, this Sept has said all leeches must be destroyed. But yet they're working with one? And then there's the drugs. Delphine is buying drugs from a leech. All of these questions, all of these concerns, all of these confusing thoughts. There's a lot to talk about here. What better place to do it than the sanctity, safe space of the bedroom of the 3 women of this pack. It's a comfortable space, albeit a little cramped. Very reminiscent of a dorm room. Bunk bed, a small desk. Now you've made it a lot more classy than it was when you first found it. It was a lot more run down, a lot dirtier, but over the months that you've been here, you've cleaned it up. You've maybe gotten some new bed sheets, better linens, maybe a throw rug, better pillows. It's a much more comfortable and livable space since you've moved in. You definitely cleaned it up. By that, I mean literally cleaned it up, mopped the floors, even washed the walls from the grime that was clinging to it. You can actually exist in this space. Can't even imagine what the boys' space is like. So as the 3 of you have come in, Delphine, you've been in here ever since that altercation. And while it is late in the evening and sleep might be clawing at the back of each of your minds, you are definitely pushing it away because there is way too much to talk about here, way too much on your mind for it to take hold of you. And with that, the scene is yours.
While she was in there by herself, Delphine probably would have stayed in lupus form a little bit longer. She probably would have discovered the catharsis that was being a lupine animal chewing aggressively on some form of pillow or stuffed animal. And after she got that out of her system, she probably did switch back into her Hamid form, put her pajamas back on, and she probably would have gone to her part of the bunk, clicked on one of those little stick-on wall lights by her pillow, and spent the majority of the night unable to sleep. So she's going to be reading from a GED textbook and not acknowledging the other two whenever they finally came in for bed.
I would have come in at some point not too long after the entire kerfuffle that happened, to change out and just some simple PJs, like a gray t-shirt and some PJ shorts. And I would have looked up at Delphine and just kind of assessed the situation and decided that maybe now wasn't the best time to talk and to wait for Rory to get ready for bed and come in as well. So I would have walked out for like a little bit longer and then given Rory the look of and like a little nod towards the bedroom. Maybe we should go check up on Delphine.
Seeing the signal from Juniper, Rory would finish reassembling her crossbow from maintenance, get up and go into the room, and get changed back into her pajamas, and kind of just again like Juniper assessing what Delphine is doing, probably seeing the torn up stuffed animal. I would imagine that it was not put away or hidden or thrown out. Cool. And would just climb up into her part of the bunk and just kind of like plop and wait for Juniper to come back in.
I would wait like just a couple minutes before following Rory into the bedroom with some like veggie straws and some water, something to snack on, knowing that we were going to be up for a little while. And I just kind of like kick the ripped up stuffed animal aside and sit down in my own bed, the only bottom bunk, and kind of sit cross-legged and noisily open up the bag and just be like, so what was that all about?
She'll lower the textbook and glare down at Juniper. What, so you actually give a crap?
Yes. I don't remember not.
I don't remember you ever.
I mean, if I never did, I wouldn't have asked you questions about things.
I wanted to tear his throat out.
I mean, he deserves that, yeah, but why? Do you know what's going on? It's not. I don't know. I thought you two were like getting along or whatever.
We are. And no, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just wanted to tear his throat out. I don't know why. I just suddenly felt like he was a coward for running away, and something set off in me, and the only solution I could think of was teeth and bite.
You're right, he probably was. But at least it didn't get worse than it could have.
I think he's fucking kicking my ass.
Hey, he's tough to handle, even for me, even for Ray. So
None of you actually are trying to get to try to handle him in a way that works, though. Not you, Juniper, not Ray. None of you are actually putting in real work to figure
Really?
Deadbeat out.
Because
Well,
this is not
I
the first time I've seen him get squirrely like this, all right? And I'm just trying to figure this out so this way, if this girl is a threat or something, we know how to handle it in the future.
I didn't say you, Rory. I said Juniper and Ray. You actually do make an effort to go out with him, to talk to him.
I mean, the way that you just tried to handle him didn't really work out too well either. But that's neither here nor there. Here, I will hand up the bag of veggie straws. You should eat something. These aren't really what I'm in the mood for, but you should at least snack.
She looks at them and just shakes her head. I'm not hungry.
Come on. You gotta eat something, especially after that.
I'm good. I don't want anything to eat.
Okay.
Before Juniper pulls the bag away, if she pulls it away, Rory will grab it and just start snacking
I'll
on
give
it.
it to Rory. Yeah, I'll give it to Rory for sure.
Seriously, what is your beat? Like, all right. Yeah, we fucking screwed you, Juniper. I'm not denying that. We fucked you over specifically back in Michigan. We did a bad thing, and we are owning up to it. But why do you constantly have to put him down? Do you think that that's helping him get better?
I mean, I don't know if anything is gonna help him get better, but you're apologetic about it. Yeah. He's just an egotistical asshole that does everything in his possible power to piss off the people around him, destroy his relationships, and fuck everything up.
Except he did apologize to you tonight.
And he has actually been shown some decent character. Because
Go ahead.
If we were back in Michigan, I would have full-heartedly agree with you, Juniper. But something's changed. I don't know what. But he's actually shown that he's not, well, his namesake, a deadbeat, every waking moment of the day.
He was the first person that stood up for me. Whenever Charles fucking did the collar on me. He got between me and a leech to make sure I didn't get completely destroyed. He didn't fucking kick my ass when he found me alone in the woods after I shot him. He's constantly being called a piece of shit just by his name.
he stood up for me in his own weird way, but one of his buddies was coming on real strong and he got him to back off somewhat. Granted, still pissed off on the way he did it, but
Have you considered, Juniper, that you're not seeing the improvements because you're not spending enough time with him to see the improvements?
I mean, I view it more as someone sometimes does the absolute bare minimum that they possibly can to be a decent human being, and suddenly that's fine to you guys, but not quite enough for me yet.
Well, constantly shitting on him isn't going to help him be a better person either.
I wouldn't say I'm constantly shitting on him.
Okay. Whatever, if that's your perception of it, sure.
Rory's going to kind of like hand the bag back down to Juniper and then kind of just like hang her legs over the edge. Like Steak says, we all have things, and he is not the easiest to get along with, I get it, but we all really do gotta stick together, whether we like it or not. And even if it means just the little steps at first. Yeah, he's doing the bare minimum. That's more than he would have done in the past.
I don't know who that lady was, or why she brought a baby here, or who she is to be. But we should be supporting him.
What if you did something really fucked up to her?
Then we handle that later. We handle that when we get to that. And I don't know about the two of you, but I know what it's like to want to run away. I know what it's like to be in the position he was in tonight. It's not a fun place to be.
No, it's not. She'll look at Rory. You ran away?
Yep, and never looked back.
Same. I think I spent like about a year, just hitchhiking across the country. Then Stakes found me. After I had run away again.
I messed up real bad at home. Got into a nasty fight with my folks once it was resolved, and only came back to the States because my passport was about to expire. Got pulled over by Aaron, and then Stakes sorta broke me out of the car.
I didn't run away like you guys did. But my home was forcibly taken from me and my family. I'm just the only one alive.
Sorry to hear that. I just had a disagreement with my parents and just left in the middle of the night. Ended up finding some guys that I drove around the country with. Lost my mind in New Orleans, and when Dad cut off my credit card, I had to go back home and then I just ran away again because they said they were going to put me in rehab. I didn't want to go to rehab.
I know that the whole drug situation is a touchy subject. But it sounds like your parents were just trying to do what they thought would help you.
My parents never gave a shit before that moment.
Juniper, as the subject shifts, Delphine's parents go to take a bite of a veggie straw, and it turns to ash in your mouth. The crunch feels like the crunch of bone on your teeth. But the taste is absolutely awful.
Ugh. 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 I crumple up the bag and what's left of the veggie straws, and I just kind of like toss them on the desk as I take a drink of water. Ugh. Ugh.
Would you get a bad one?
Yeah, I must have. What the fuck? I'm just like wiping my mouth, trying to get the taste out. Sorry. I
I don't know how you eat those. They taste like styrofoam.
They taste so good. What are you talking about? There's like little veggie flavor
I've
to,
had
well,
worse
usually.
foods.
I don't know what the fuck that one was.
If I wanted a veggie straw, I'd just eat celery.
Celery is the most disgusting vegetable. It's not even a vegetable. Is it a
There
vegetable?
are so many worse foods out there, and Rory's gonna plop down and go and grab the bag and pop back up on the
Yeah,
bag and
go
just finish
ahead.
eating them.
Just to warn you, there might be a couple weird ones in there. Anyway, sorry. I get really touchy when it comes to parents. It's hard for me to imagine growing up in a situation where they weren't loving. But I don't know. I don't have mine anymore. So just try and hold on to them, because you never know when the day would come when they're not there ever again.
But the day already came.
What do you mean?
We were leaving already, and we were driving down, and I was scrolling through my phone and I saw a news article from my hometown. And there was a gas leak at their place. And they passed away.
I just look up at Rory eating those veggie straws. And it like tense my cheek a little bit. Ugh.
She would have stopped at the mention of the gas leak and like would have just put them aside.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. We weren't close, but I'm still having to deal with the will and a bunch of other stuff. And I asked Aspen to help with that because their will was through some seedy law firm. And I don't know anything about all this legal bullshit. So Aspen's helping me out, and so is I think his name's Artie. Some guy.
Yeah, I heard a mention of him.
I think I saw him at the cairn, and I also think that him and Aspen are hooking up.
Wait, he's here?
Yeah, he looks like Tony Stark a little bit. Oh, like a young Robert Downey Jr. almost. Like blonde hair, glasses.
I'm just now trying to picture Tony Stark as one of us kind of thing at the moment. Also, I mean, good for Aspen. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, they're helping me out with that.
Okay, well, I mean, I hope it all works out. That's a very shitty situation.
Juniper, roll me a stamina and resolve.
What rage would I be at right now?
I would say you're at a 2 still, because you're coming back in from the events of the night. It's settling, but it's not quite there yet.
Six successes with a crit.
Okay. It's not at the point of uncomfortable yet, but you feel like a hot flash is starting to come on as your skin starts to warm. You feel it rising as if you're near something warm, as if you're close to a campfire or perhaps a burning building. That sensation of being near something hot. Your skin starts to feel warm. It's not uncomfortable yet, but you feel like just that slight mist, that beads of sweat just starting to form just ever so slightly at the edge of your brow. Like the room's a little too warm. Just a little bit, but maybe it's Florida.
Hey, is anybody else like really warm?
Always.
it's Florida.
Hot as balls down here.
Is there? Can you get the fan going or something? It's just it's so fucking hot.
Yeah, I'll go turn it on and she'll pop down again. Go get the fan that's probably shoved in the corner. Turn it on and direct it for like Juniper because she was the one that was asking, and then instead of climbing back up and down because she's like, I've already done this 2 times, she's just gonna plop on the floor so she can like triangulate with the 2 of them.
Oh, speaking of hot, not to switch the subject around, but have you guys talked with that one spirit thing since the last time? Just reminded me of that.
I haven't, no, but I know that Ray and I are gonna be making preparations for the rite at some point.
I haven't seen her since, well, since it appeared at the carrot.
Feel we're doing the right thing with taking it on as a patron. I think we need it. We need something that brings us together, because right now we don't really have much. We need something that we work towards together.
Something positive and not united by hatred and annoyance.
I mean, I'm pretty much just living through spite right now, and I'm doing pretty good.
Spite can only get you so far, Juniper.
Well, sometimes it's the only thing that people have left.
Sounds like you need to find something else then. Because spite's no way to live.
Is this the moment where I make a joke about neither is doing drugs, or is that too soon?
I'll deal with it when I want to. But at least I'm not being a spiteful bitch.
Rory is going to go grab the dobro and just kind of post back up in her spot and be like, here's a thought. Instead of just kind of being counterproductive and going exactly against the opposite of what we were just talking about and uniting each other, why don't we not throw names and comments and all this bullshit at each other?
Hey, I asked
Naturally.
before I made a joke.
And
She just got really,
And understandable, you did ask. Proud of you. You want a gold sticker for it? I'll go to the store and get them. I won't even steal them this time. But how about just for tonight, why don't we try and do whatever girls fucking do at sleepovers? Bond and all that shit.
Delphine will roll her eyes a little bit and sigh. Sorry.
It's okay. You've had a pretty intense night.
Yeah, still. Weird thought. Does anyone want to potentially put Deadbeat's hand in water if he's still asleep next door?
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, you mean to, make him pee himself?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure between the three of us, we also have, eyeliner and stuff. See if he's actually that far, knocked out, we might be able to draw a little dick on his face.
Oh, not eyeliner. Permanent marker.
Something. Let's do. That prank spawn people, right? Let's do that instead. Let's go.
Should we hit Ray too?
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So as the ladies head off to plan some sleepaway camp pranks, we transition next to our scene where our pack leader calls home to check in once more with the sept leader from hell. Raymond, it's been a while since you've called home to hell. It's been a while since you've talked to Red, the sept leader from Hell, Michigan. Your mentor, your boss, your leader, the one you've been reporting to about all of the goings on down in Florida. The one who taught you everything you know about being a guru. However, you've heard some very contradictory things in your time in Florida. Very confusing things. Is this a time to clear some things up? Is this a time to get some answers? Or is this a time to reaffirm the beliefs you were initially taught? As you make the call back to Michigan, the phone rings a few times, and then it picks up. Hell Saloon, this is Red.
Hey, Red, it's Ray. I know it's been a while, but been a little busy, so trying to call you as soon as I could.
Ray, buddy, it's been a while. Been worried about you. How are things going?
Things are going pretty decent, actually. Things have been better since the last time I called.
Really? Glad to hear it. Had Matthias leaving me messages left and right. I've started to get concerned.
Well, I don't know exactly what Matthias's viewpoint on us being down here and what we've been doing, but the past 5 or so weeks since I've called you, we've actually been accomplishing a decent amount. We, the training I mentioned earlier, we had our first test that Charles, the warder down here, given us. It was brutal. Don't get me wrong. And it was not a test that I was expecting, but we succeeded and we accomplished the goal set to us by him. And we came together. And the pack is actually working together.
I'd expect nothing less. With you at the lead, you were going to bring them together. I knew that. I knew that when I picked you. Military man. You were forged in fire, Ray. You knew what needed to be done. And if anyone was going to bring this group together, it was going to be you. And don't worry about what Matthias was going to say. I certainly didn't. I dodged his calls for a reason, because I was going to hear it from you. I knew I was going to get the truth from you. Silver Fangs, they have a way about them. They like to dress things up. They like to politic. I was going to get the truth. It was going to be from you. But I'm glad to hear you're succeeding. I knew you would. So what kind of test was this?
Like I said, it was brutal, but in the moment, as I'm going to explain it to you, it'll sound like a lot, and it was a lot, but we were put into a shipping container on a boat. And after all of our weeks of our week or so of training of how to fight leeches and the correct methods to do it and the signs and the correct procedure, we were tasked to survive on this shipping container ship with 5 leeches.
After a week? They just threw you to the dogs like that? Well, I guess to the leeches.
Yeah. in the heat of the moment and for a bit afterwards, I was royally pissed off about the whole situation.
As you should be.
But that trial did help us take a step towards being together. So with that in mind, that was a boon. That was a bonus. But it was rough. We all collectively got our butts kicked. I took a really big hit, as well as DB. And there was a moment where I didn't know if we were going to make it out, but in the moment that me and DB were out of commission, the other three were able to come together and take out the threat at that time and actually saved us and kept us going. So I'm not going to lie, the whole situation was probably the most tense situation I've ever been in, even in amongst all the firefights I've ever been in. But looking back on it now and having time to think about it, albeit a stupid decision to shove us in only after about a week, but it was definitely an eye-opening experience that we kind of needed, that we didn't get up there.
Well, Deadbeat definitely needed to be humbled, but I'm glad that you were okay. You shouldn't have been put in harm's way like that.
If I'm going to lead and if I'm going to be what the pack needs me to be, I need to be in harm's way. I need to put myself out there. So I'm going to disagree with you on that.
That's the only right answer.
But other than the ship, we got tasked with our first official mission. And it was involving the plants, which I do have questions for you about that. I don't know how far you've gotten along with that up there, but we went into one of the housing developments that one of the builders had erected, and the plants and the spores had basically turned all of these people into, I don't know, like plant people, fungus people. I don't know if you've experienced that up there yet, or if you've seen any side effects, something along the lines of that.
We've been mostly intercepting fertilizers, shipments. From the intel we've gotten, it's very little coming out of there. They haven't exactly been very forthcoming with information to us. But we've heard that there's bags, seeds that we need to be on the lookout for. Luckily, we've been able to intercept and destroy these seeds as they've been coming through, trying to get rid of them before they can even take root, before they can sprout into anything. So luckily, we haven't seen any negative effects. Now, there have been some housing developments propping up, but we've been able to take care of that before they've been able to even really set up any foundations, before they've been able to move anybody in. Luckily, nothing's been able to make the news, so nothing getting too much attention. They've had a lot of mechanical issues, let's just put it that way.
Been doing what we did the first mission you gave us.
Set a really good example.
I mean, it was effective. I'll give you that. But it's good that you've been destroying the seeds, because some of the plants and stuff that they've described to us down here have been very concerning. Like some of the things they've described, there's these like giant tulips that just release a volcano of pollen, a bush that like looks very normal, but as you get close, will attack you with vines that are laced with silver. So it seems to be effective at hurting us.
Bush with
And then-
silver.
Yeah, I don't know. When we were at the housing development, I know Delphine took a look onto the other side, and the Weaver spirits there have been like corrupted, and they are maintaining these plants and possibly transforming them into something different. I don't fully know that side of the information.
Interesting. Well, we did call in some help from Ohio. We saw that there were more and more housing developments cropping up, so we called in some extra assistance from a SEP down in Columbus. Got an extra pack to come back us up so we could take out some more of the machinery, double time. They helped out for a little bit, then we sent them home, but we took care of things pretty quickly. But we haven't had anything really fully sprout. Nothing grew to its full potential, luckily. But that sounds like something we need to get out in front of if it's really taking that much effect down there. With winter
seems
ending
like-
and summer taking hold, that's really the time things grow.
It seems like they've had a lot more time to develop down here than up in Michigan.
Now it's the warm season. It's going to get worse.
There is regarding the pollen and stuff that these plants seem to exhale or produce. Not only does it affect the normal humans, but it is affecting us as well. It has some sort of limited effect from what I heard, but it is still contagious to us. So be very mindful if you do encounter these plants, to be careful. We went in full masks and did our best to cover our noses, our mouths, even our ears. We don't know how the spore really spread, but just be careful.
So it's airborne.
Yeah.
Fucking great. Bill Nye, the fucking science guy up here.
Yeah, it seems like some sort of mad scientist is producing this with what we've been told and what we've seen. But
Well, this is
there
really
is
useful. Go ahead.
There's one more concerning part, though. We were able to bring back part of someone who was infected, and it seems like this infection can be considered a bane.
Okay. It's interesting. So the Banes. Banes, okay. So it's almost like a plague bane.
Maybe. I don't really know. My next step is to try and learn more about banes and potentially try to help with that avenue down here. But it's scary to think that they somehow have made a spore-like airborne bane. Whatever produced these plants, whatever has made these spores and everything.
Well, actually, you called it a very convenient time. Hang on just a sec. You hear him put down the phone. A few minutes later, phone picks up a second later. Hello, Red. Here's Sean's voice on the phone. What's this about Banes?
I don't know if Red fully filled you in the couple of minutes before, but the plants and everything that you had us, or the fertilizer and everything that we looked into when we were up there, seems to produce these plants that have release these spores. And we've done the SEP down here has done some investigation on those spores and the infection that it spreads. And it seems to be Bane-like. I don't know exactly. They're still doing a research, but that might be an avenue that you could try to look into more.
Well, as Sean considers, Sean being the theurge of the Sept from Hell, Sean having been one time Delphine's teacher till she was exiled for all of her rantings about Fenris, for all of her blasphemy amidst the Sept. Sean considers, you can hear his lips kind of clicking, his tongue tapping on his teeth. There are a great deal of possibilities. There are plague banes, of course. There are pollution banes. There are banes that come from various urges. It's possible, if they were to harness multiple banes together, even elemental banes can be corrupted. So a bane of air, perhaps, corrupted, could spread such a contagion. If they were to get multiple banes working together, multiple spirits working together. You said, or at least Red mentioned, that something was seen when looking to the other side. Describe that more.
I didn't personally put eyes on it, but what it was described to me was that the area that these houses were built around and these plants that were forming, the weaver spirits seemed to be corrupted, mutated in some way. And they are basically helping these corrupted plants grow, maintain them, keep them going and living. I don't know how they were able to corrupt weaver spirits to that extent. From the description, they were bulbous and covered in pus and fungus. Like, they were greatly different from normal weaver spirits.
Well, let me tell you a story, Raymond. There is a belief that the reason the worm became the way it is because the weaver was responsible for trapping the worm. Because the weaver held the worm, contained the worm, the weaver itself became infected. So it's very possible that that infection was already there. And it's just now showing itself. Did you ever wonder why our sept was so remote? Why we chose the woods instead of the city? Why most septs do? While the weaver is part of the great harmony, part of the triad, it too has lost balance. It grows with urban expanse. It too has begun to claim more than it should. The wild is losing the fight. and so too is Gaia. So this infection you're seeing amidst the Weaver, it was only a matter of time. For them to be working in harmony, I can't say that I'm surprised. But it is concerning to say the least.
I've never heard that story before. That's news to me.
It's very rarely told.
I'll take what you said and think on it and see if I can connect the dots from that story about what's happening down here. But I wanted to let Red and you know about this so you could take a closer look.
I will.
Around your area.
I'll see what I can look into, and I will pass any information I have back to Red and then on to you. We must work together to solve this. They have not been very helpful to us, but we need to be helpful to each other. I am here to aid you in any way I can, Raymond. Now I will pass you back to Red. And you hear the
Thanks,
phone
Sean.
shift hands. Did you get all that? You hear Red say.
Yeah. That was an interesting story, and hopefully it helps.
Can wax poetic sometimes, but there's something to be gained from all that. I get what he says about the Weaver. It's a bit much sometimes, but there's something to be said about it. I mean, pollution, all that stuff, does come from urban expanse and from growing too far. I mean, deforestation due to growth.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah. So the worm weeds its way in, but there's something strange about this because it seems like this is infecting the wild as well, the plants. So perhaps this particular brand of worm is changing its focus. If it gets to both sides, this might be game over for us. So we got to cut it off before it can.
That seems to be what the main goal of the Sept and everything down here is. I mean, we were called in to help reinforce with the leeches, but I think this problem has grown a little bit too big and the focus has now shifted.
Yeah. Well, we're doing our best up here, but we need more information. So you got to keep digging. You got to keep letting us know what's going on down there because they're certainly not.
I'll do my best. I'm planning on asking more questions here coming soon and trying to find out as much as I can. And if I find anything that is concerning that you need to know, I'll let you know.
Speaking of which, you started filling your head with any of that nation propaganda yet? Telling you how we did you dirty? How we're the terrible teachers and the bad ones?
Some comments here or there.
Of course. Expect nothing less.
But overall, most of the time we spend our time training and doing what we can for ourselves down here. They haven't been pushing the agenda as much as I thought they would.
There's a pause. Ask what you need to ask, Ray.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you have some questions about the way we did things. I'm sure they've told you some stuff. I'm sure you're wondering.
I kind of pull the phone away from my head a little bit and kind of put my head back against the headrest, close my eyes a little bit, and kind of exhale. Put the phone back up. Why did you not train us as much as we should have? You now that we've been down here, it feels a little bit more like you left us out to dry. We've had a lot more training and experience in the 6 weeks that we've been down here than the months that we spent up there with you.
You hear him take a deep breath and sigh. I'd love to say that it was entirely my choice to send you down there. It wasn't. In fact, I was heavily influenced to send you down there. Really, I was only supposed to send Deadbeat and Delphine. That's who I wanted to send down there. Just the two of them. I wanted to cut the problem out so that I could continue to teach the rest of you proper. I wanted to take my time. This isn't an easy thing to learn, to be. It's a hard transition, and you shouldn't have to learn it under fire. That's the beauty of this set. We could take our time. I wanted it to be safe. I have worked hard for a very long time to make this a peaceful place, free of all the politics. Break the shackles of this shit nation that has made people like us feel lesser for so long. Like cogs in a machine. And honestly, it was Stakes who said all of you should go. And I argued with her. I told her you weren't ready. I told her it wasn't time. I told her you'd all probably die. Said it was a bad idea. But she said this investigation was important and that we needed more information about these fertilizers. Needed to find out about Piney Point. We needed to deal with Florida. That whatever Matthias was peddling, we needed to learn more. And, well, she made a convincing argument. But I didn't want to send you, Ray. I didn't. And I knew you weren't ready. And I've regretted it ever since. But you're proving me wrong. You are strong. You are capable. And you're doing it. And I'm proud of you for that. And I'm sorry I'm genuinely sorry.
Hearing that, I will kind of lower my head to the steering wheel a little bit. You're right. It was more peaceful up there. The politics, the fighting, the war wasn't really there. And it was potentially a better environment for us to learn in, one where we could slowly do it. But like you said, Stakes was right. Us being down here and us investigating this, like I said, we have grown more in 6 weeks than we have in the months that we were up there. And I appreciate the vote and confidence. I appreciate the apology. Because, I mean, I'm sure it's not tough being a leader of a sept. Hell, I'm struggling being just a leader of a pack. So I don't know what you or even Aspen down here as a sept leader has to deal with. But I feel like it could have been a little bit better. And we should have been a little bit more prepared.
If I had my way, you would have been. But the timeline was against us. We didn't have time. This plant stuff, fertilizer showed up on our doorstep. Then, with Delphine and Deadbeat breaking into Sean's, action had to be taken. I tried.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with your actions in having to punish DB and Delphine, but they're doing better down here, and they're actually working towards getting rid of that shame.
Because of you.
They're in all honesty, they're doing it themselves.
Take credit when credit is due. You set a very good example.
I'll kind of harden my voice a little bit in my next response and be like, I would take credit if I was owed it in this point, but I don't think I am owed any credit at this point.
All right. You've got boots on the ground. I don't. I'll take your word for it.
In that vein, I don't think, because I know we talked about it before, if, things went sideways, if things went wrong, I would head back up there. But it seems like as a pack, we've realized that us being down here and helping is the right decision right now. So I don't know when I would decide to come back at the moment.
I understand.
Like you said, boots on the ground.
Well, I hope when everything is said and done, this problem's taken care of, we'll come home. We miss you. This is your home.
I'm not gonna lie, I do miss it up there. Like you said, the quiet and the politics that weren't there. But it'll be a bit.
I've wanted to build something here, Raymond. Something better. Something bigger. And only been a few of us for a while, till you lot came around, there weren't a lot of new guru popping up in the area. Gaia hasn't been making or awakening new guru for a while. Why it was surprising when Stakes brought so many new pups to us. Now, it was a very interesting lot of pups she brought us, but we weren't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. That's why we wanted to take our time with you. It's going to need that time. But again, I'm sorry. You felt like we did you dirty. It was never my intention to. And you will always have a home here.
I know. It's a good thought. And I know that I can always go back.
You always can. That being said, please keep me up to date about anything involving these plants. We'll let you know if we have any new developments on our area. It is warming up here, so we'll try to keep on top of any growths that happen, but any information would help. Like I said, we're not getting much down there.
I understand. Like I said, I will keep you posted whenever I can about any information that becomes pertinent.
Appreciate it. Glad to hear that Delphine and Deadbeat are doing better. I do constantly feel like we failed them in some way.
Yeah. Maybe a little.
Take care of yourself. Look forward to our next call.
I will. Thanks, Red.
That the phone hangs up. As you sit in your truck, contemplating the phone call, what goes through your mind?
I wish I had time earlier to call Red and let him know things sooner. It's good that I was able to dump as much as I could on him, as much information that I could think of. But with the conversation with Red, it seems like he's repeating a lot of the stuff that he was repeating before. That they didn't have enough time, that they want to take it slowly. And I understand that up there in hell, he could have taken that time, if not for the situation that came up with Deadbeat and Delphine and what came up down here. But spending all this time down here, spending time with everyone here at the Sept, and getting actual training and actual help and actual advice, I'm starting to kind of doubt that time.
Sometimes the dirty deeds of the past are not our own. Sometimes they're done to us by others. That doesn't mean they don't stick with us. That doesn't mean they don't follow us. That doesn't mean they won't haunt us for a long time to come. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panshi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. You could follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Deadbeat. After all the craziness of the night, after the past came literally hunting you down, you heard it was coming for you, but you couldn't believe it would actually show up. You couldn't believe that she would be standing on your doorstep. What did she have with her? A kid? Escapism doesn't even begin to describe what you needed. So after all of that, you had to get out of the house. You had to flee. And so you did, running out to the safety of the city, the safety of the night, the safety of alcohol and music and people. So after a night of debauchery and dancing, your mind a cloudy haze, you find yourself stumbling down an alley in Ybor City, collapsing against the brick wall, having soaked yourself, literally soaked yourself in any substance you could get your hands on, trying to wash out any memory, any notion of what's occurred. But you can't. It's too powerful. Like an ice pick to the brain. It just sticks there. The back of your mind, piercing through all of the haze, piercing through all of your thoughts. Is it guilt? Is it fear? Is it pain? Is it worry? She's here. She's in Tampa, and she's asking for you. She's looking for you. And worse than that, now the pack knows. And they're going to have questions. Endless questions. If you go home, when you go home, those questions are going to be waiting. Maybe they'll give you the night, maybe, but you know how they are, like a bunch of gnats flying around, buzzing around your head. They won't leave you alone, not for long. How did she find you? How did she get here? How did she find the house? And now they know your name. And Delphine, that bitch, how did she out you so easily? You swore her to secrecy and she just right away, with no tact whatsoever. What now? So as you slump against the wall, all of these thoughts running through your mind, you hear the rattle of metal from a nearby fire escape that clings to the side of a building. As your eyes trace up the brick of the wall, you see the fire escape shake as if something heavy has landed on one of the staircase landings. It then rattles some more as it moves from one end to the other, as if something heavy is scurrying from one side to the next. Following the source of the noise, you look up to the other edge of the fire escape, and that's when you see it. The two glittering orbs reflecting off of the lights in the alley. Black pools. Eyes with a twitching nose, whiskers sprouting off either side. A large black rat. Pink paws gripping at the edge of the railing, peering over the side down at you. Ears twitching as well before focusing towards you. You look like shit.
Kind of stare up at this rat for a little bit, kind of thinking to myself, did I drink that much? And I just kind of think, like, pause and say, yeah, and I feel twice as shitty as I look. Are you, like, actually there? If you're a spirit thing, you gotta tell me if you're real. That's the rules, right?
No, I'm just a cop.
I mean, that would probably be easier to deal with right now. This spirit shit's been complicated, man. I fucking hate it. So I got all sorts of people talking to me, ghosts in my head, I guess, but you at least got some, like, ibuprofen or something, or my head's killing me, man.
Now I got something better. Wisdom. Truth bombs. A shit sandwich.
I assume you won't take no for an answer. Is this...
Oh, I will, but that's not going to make things better. I could fuck off, leave you here to wallow, but what's that do for you?
You know I'm too nosy for this shit. If they at least give me some deets about something that I want to know about, at least, like a little bit of, like, a, you know, cupcake at the end of the tunnel here, wherever the fuck.
You're not going to be able to outrun it. She won't stop looking for you.
I just let my head kind of slops back, hitting into the wall. I just stare up into the sky, eventually closing my eyes. I just say, why doesn't she just fuck off, man? When is she gonna take the hint that I don't want to be around this fucking kid? God, if she's going all the way here, she has some nice parents. They could probably help take care of the kid with her, but no, she's got to bring me into all this bullshit. This is a bullshit sandwich of my fucking life. I gotta sit here with all these dumb fucks. Ugh.
Because they weren't nice. Deadbeat. They were nice before you, not after you.
Oh, it's my fault that her parents decided to be assholes.
Yeah.
Just add it to the fucking list. Add to the deadbeat responsibility pile.
You know why she won't fuck off? Because you didn't tell her to.
I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point, you know. The hint's pretty strong there. She's smart enough. She can read it between the lines.
Some people aren't as smart as you give them credit for.
And like Delphine, fucking, literally, I'm pretty sure you've seen it. You're probably seeing everything. I don't know. You're a ghost thing. She just give her one little bit of information. You know what she does? Immediately blurts it out and reveals it in front of everyone. God, she'd be a terrible bonar, man.
Cut the crackhead some slack. She was surprised too.
I mean, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. But then she had the audacity to try and bite me after and jump on me for some whatever crazy shit. I don't.
Well, man, you ran away like a little bitch.
No, I was leaving so I can, you know, lay low until things blow over. I wasn't being a bitch. I was just chilling so I can let things blow over and figure it out. And she's gonna leave after she, you know, hopefully they'll tell him that I was never there. It's just a misunderstanding, and I can continue doing what I'm doing. I already got all of their shit to deal with. Why do I gotta deal with this kid?
Oh, you take after Daddy, right? That's right. I'm Daddy, by the way.
Should I like kind of look around, like some nearby thing of litter? I just kind of grab it and throw it into like the wall across me, kind of little pieces of rubble I'll throw into the wall too, not like out of anger, but almost kind of just like occupy myself. As I'll just sigh, or as I take a deep breath and say, "So what I gotta do? Oh, wise rat, I gotta go on a spiritual journey to become a better dad, go raise the kid, and you know, become
hell no.
Responsible."
No. You'd be a terrible dad. But let me ask you this. Is this how you want to be remembered? Is this the legacy you want to leave behind? When trouble came to your door, you ran away and hid. Because that's what your pack saw. When your past came to confront you, you hid. It's not glamorous. Everyone has a past. Deadbeat. Everyone's made mistakes. You know Rory has problems. Two of you make a cute pair.
God, no.
Whatever, it could be friends. It's still cute.
Benefits maybe, but nothing more than that, man. Look, you saw Larry
Hey,
going
I'm not
down.
against that shit. I like to get down and dirty.
How'd that even work? Can ghosts fuck? Am I
Yes.
missing that?
But that's neither here nor there. Point is, she's got a past. You've got a past. Delphine's got a past. Don't even get me started on Juniper. The point is, everybody has shit. Do you want to be known as the one who runs from shit? Because your name won't be Deadbeat, it'll be Coward. You're the Arun. Act like it. I'm not saying kill the broad. But sack up. Have the chat. Show that you got better. Or that you're getting better. Or don't. I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what you're thinking.
Aren't you technically like my boss, being my pack patron?
No.
You know,
I can take away your powers. You want me to do that?
nah, I appreciate being able to, do cool shit. It kind of helps me,
Well,
do,
guess
like,
what?
the saving Earth thing.
She's down on her luck.
Oh, you motherfucker. God. Really? Man.
Single
Why are you guys gonna
mom
be assholes?
without a dad. It's almost like it was meant to be.
Oh, not this face shit. Look, it's her parents' fault for not supporting her, okay? But, look, I'm not a bitch, man. I'm not a coward. I'm not a bitch.
Then make it right. Have the talk.
What?
Face it.
I just don't know what's it gonna do, man. I'm gonna see her, and then she's gonna be like, "Hey, I need you to I'm gonna need you to be here."
Maybe she doesn't need you to do anything. Maybe she just needs you to face it. Maybe she just needs you to know. She needs you to know what you did. Sometimes that's all that needs to happen.
I think if I just tell her, she'd at least leave me alone, or
Maybe.
I guess.
Maybe not. But she's not gonna make things easy for you until you do face it. Pack knows now. You think they're gonna make things easy on you? Has
No,
it
I
been
mean,
easy so far?
No, it's not been easy, and I have to sit here and deal with all this bullshit. You would think how well they treat Rory, they wouldn't, that they're not a bonar or anything. I thought it's because, part of the reason why I get treated like shit is because I'm a bonar, but I'm starting to think that they just, treat me like shit. I don't know.
Oh, her time's coming.
That'd be pretty good to see. At least I won't be the only one getting shit on. Probably gonna have to help out with that too, probably, though.
Probably.
I have my moment of left.
But that's what packs do. Your time just happened to come up first.
Can you pull some strings with the spirit of fate or whatever and delayed it a little bit?
Not my job.
Oh, you at least know who snitched on me, man. Cause I don't know who would snitch on me. I mean, I don't think Damien would have done something like that. I mean, he's too much of a coward to, do that. And you got the rest of the pack don't even know who she is. They're all surprised, and I don't think anyone else in the the higher ups would have done it, because that'd be pretty fucking weird. I
Kid,
don't know why.
trust me when I tell you, you're not ready for that yet.
What do you mean I'm not ready? I found information about that whole under the house thing. I can get information. I can handle. I'm still keeping that a secret too, from the rest of them. What do you mean I can't handle it?
You're not ready.
And who are you to decide that? You could just tell me you know, then not tell me. What the fuck? But I'm good enough apparently also to confront this shit. Like,
Okay.
you can.
Let me tell
I've
you
seen-
this then. I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah. And I'm Rat. So what does that tell you?
God damn it, man. This sucks. It's like all the. I feel like having like all the secret information, but not like the secret information I actually need. Like, what the fuck is this?
So
stuff
it's
at the
got to
base-
be
you
pretty
know?
fucking bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's annoying because I know like the super secret from the other thing, but that doesn't do me any goddamn good. What am I supposed to do with the people buried in the floors? I don't know. I can't use that at all. But like, apparently, this important thing to me, no one knows anything about. Like,
Well, let me guess. Did you give away any information recently? Anything that could be used against you? Make any
Yeah,
enemies recently?
I mean, you know, people don't generally like me anyway, so I don't really have the greatest track record. I made like an actual new like, acquaintance, this chick I'm trying to hook up with, but man, there's
You know, you got a walking GPS in your pocket at all times, right?
you think one of the chicks I gave my number to is like actually evil, man?
Could
fuck.
be. But she'd have to be pretty fucking evil if I can't see her.
It's like I sit and thinking, trying to remember. Do I know any evil bitches? That's like in my memory. Like I don't remember. Like I can't seem to remember. And I feel like at this point maybe like a memory surfaces from Michigan about a lady who apparently was in two separate locations at once, was very shady to the others, and I gave my number to. And I think about that like maybe, but I don't like pinpoint it just yet. I just kind of like something maybe along that line. I'm not sure. And I'll just shake my head and kind of shake that off, saying, "This, I'll find out. Whoever did it, I'm gonna whoop their fucking ass so hard, man. And if they're like evil, then I can also like do the saving the world shit and like turn to like big scary monster thing. It'd be pretty, that would be pretty therapeutic, I would say. I don't need this other kind of therapy. That's the therapy I need, Rat. You got therapy, Rat? I feel like you'd have to go to someone with knowing all the secrets you do.
Sure. But you gotta do the hard work first.
You always gotta say shit that makes me sad like that. But I can.
Do I look like the happy-go-lucky spirit? I literally live in a gutter.
At least, I mean, you seem pretty free comparatively. You just learn a bunch of secrets and you run around in the gutters. I mean,
Yeah, but I gotta dig through the shit to get the secrets.
hopefully not literal. That'd be kind of
Spiritual
Spiritual.
shit's worse than literal, kid.
oh god. There's probably a spirit of that. Fuck. The more I learn about spirits, the more I hate it. The more it makes me sad. I can understand now why Delphine does drugs. It just makes sense. But look, man, I can think about seeing her at some point. Maybe I'll leave like a little letter or something. I saw they had like a note with like her number or something. Maybe I could like leave a voicemail or send a little text. I don't know.
You gonna be that guy?
Man, look, no one wants to be that guy until they're in that position, man. I mean, like, look, it's easy to say not to be that guy, but then you're that guy now.
Yeah, and how's that guy remembered?
Yeah, I mean, as that guy. But
Yeah. We're not really talking fondly about him.
I thought
You
said you liked me
care
'cause I
about
look
what
good.
other people think, Deadbeat. You don't like to admit it, but you do.
I only care a little bit, man. Look, I'm nonchalant. I don't care. I don't want to be bogged down by what they think of me because that's how you get stuck, man. Like if you get stuck in what other people think about you and like making other people happy, then you get stuck. I don't want to get stuck, man. I want to keep going. I want to keep being me. I don't want to be, like what she was trying to make me or what Delphine's trying to make me or what the step's trying to make me,
Okay, if you don't care, then why'd you run?
You already know the damn answer. You're already in my head.
Yeah.
Because I fucking do care, and I hate that I do, and I can't help it. God damn it.
Don't get caught in the spiral. It's a really bad place to be.
Like, mental spiral?
Something like that.
Man, you spirits love saying, like, ominous shit like that.
Yeah, well, it gets worse.
There's other bad news. This is the shit sandwich. This kind of whole package here. We got the...
No, it's just kind of you get caught and you just keep going and going and going, and it's this endless descent, and you don't ever reach the bottom, and it's... Trust me, don't go that way. I can't help you if you start going that way. Talk to one of the old spirit speakers about the spiral. They'll tell you all about it.
Guess I'll have to schedule a meeting with Eliza. She actually seems relatively chill, like more than the rest of them. And she seems to smoke too. She got her supply, so.
She's an old pal of mine. Yeah.
Oh, you got friends? Surprising.
What is it they say? I got a hose in different area codes.
I forgot. Apparently, rat fucks. So, unfortunately, a knowledge I got to live with. This one of those damning secrets, I guess, that we have to learn. But I can talk to him about that. You think any of them would actually try and help me with this stuff, or I don't know?
Yes, but you gotta ask for it.
Like, I can't ask Juniper because Juniper, just in of essence, Juniper, just entirely.
Why not?
Yeah. She's like a total bitch. She's preying on my downfall every moment. Possibility.
Then let her be the bitch. Let her show her.
I mean, she's been doing that quite often lately. I think that people are starting to notice now, at least, that, I'm not like the worst fish in the pond. I'm at least,
Gets the attention off you, doesn't it? But at least you asked.
I'm picking up what you're putting down here. I kind of get it. Yeah. If I ask and she refuses, she looks like an asshole, and I can hold that against her. And if I do it in front of the whole pack.
You don't even need to hold it. It does the work for you.
I like how you think. It's like the whole, when I apologized, I was the bigger person then. So now she looks like a total ass whenever she's a dick to me. Oh, I thought this was like pussy shit with being nice, but I didn't realize you could like use this shit. That's actually, damn, I didn't think about it like that.
Something like that.
Now that you put it that way, I'll ask them. I don't know if I'll ask all of them, maybe just like one or two, but I'll definitely do it in front of everyone so that they all know. They all know.
Whatever works.
I give a smile if I start like standing up, pulling myself up as I rationalize that in my own brain in a way that I can understand and accept. I'll nod and say, Rat, or being the guy who's king of the trash, you got some pretty smart ideas, and I thought that you liked me for being trash.
When you're at the bottom, kid, you got nowhere else to go but up.
They just don't make it easy though, do they? So every little reach is just more spirit shit, huh? Or I guess shit, but in your case, spirit shit.
Yeah. But remember, you gotta face it, or else you're gonna be remembered as something bad. Don't be a coward.
Kind of. Actually, we'll sit in silence in that for a second. That my smile will fade as I feel this sense of kind of disgust, but not at like Rat or anyone else, but at myself, kind of thinking about what happened and this like anger towards kind of everything, but it mainly just stemming from the fact that I'm angry at myself kind of after what happened, and I've been kind of feeling that I let that advice sink in as I could be a lot of things. I can be an asshole, I can be a dick, but I don't want to go down being remembered being a coward, at least being a bitch, I'll try. That's what you'll get from me. I can't make any promises, and damn sure that most promises from me don't mean jack shit anyway, so you at least know that I can try.
As you look up the fire escape, Rat is nowhere to be seen. And that is where we transition to our next scene. Several days later, when we find ourselves at the cairn. Training has resumed. Lessons have resumed. Talk of etiquette, talk of the nation, talk of what it means to be Guru, as well as physical training, preparations, learning more about the plants and what lies ahead. You even started to learn what your duties for the Sept will be. And let's just say they are not glamorous. Because you see, the Sept lies in a state park. And the people of Florida, unfortunately, are not kind to the parks. And this Sept has been tasked with not just patrolling the park, but cleaning the park. Because the rangers don't do a very good job of it. These parks are natural areas. They are preserves, so they have been told to leave things where they lay. But since you can turn into lupus form, you aren't burdened by that task. So, the members of this pack now have the glamorous duty of picking up after the humans and sweeping across the many, many acres of this park and picking up all of the trash that the humans leave behind on a regular basis. But that's not today. Today, the pack leader, Raymond, the Theurge, Delphine, have come together to discuss the ritual that will bring their pack patron Ember into the fold. But maybe there's a little something else that needs to be discussed. Because in the previous days, Delphine had a little errand to run. A little errand that she wasn't exactly honest about. Because while the Sept leader forbade anyone doing dealings with Spud, Delphine made a little call and put in a little request for a certain package to be left in a location for her to retrieve. And while she made up a fairly convincing excuse to leave the house, Raymond saw through it. And Raymond tailed her to the location. Unfortunately, Delphine was too focused on what she was after to notice that he followed her. So when she went to the 7-Eleven and retrieved the package, she did not notice that Raymond was there to see it all. So now as they meet, the day after that happened, Raymond, you have a little bit of knowledge that Delphine doesn't know you have. Will that impact this conversation? Or will you keep that to yourself? The two of you are at the cairn, and things have changed a little bit. There is a beautiful runner that has been crocheted and now lays across the hand-carved table. There is also a structure in the cairn now that seems to be made out of wood and is on stilts off to one side, a workshop that Lucas and Juniper erected over the past weeks. The garden has also started to bloom very nicely, and while there are herbs and vegetables, there's also some ritual, and I use that in quotations, components that Eliza has planted. Some that take the form of mushrooms, some that take the form of herbs. She has, however, instructed Delphine that these are for ritual components only. So as the two of you gather near the table to discuss, the scene is yours.
Delphine will be standing over the garden, not making, like, keeping her hands behind her back, just really looking at them, and just she'll study the ritual herbs and mushrooms and everything and just look at Ray. Are we going to use any of these in the rite?
Looking down at the garden as well, kind of rubbing my beard. No. At least Eliza didn't teach me to use these herbs with that ritual.
Okay. So when should we finally just do this?
I mean, when everyone has their item that we need.
I have mine already. It was pretty easy to figure out, but like it seems like every time we're about to try to attempt this, something happens, like with Deadbeat and with Juniper. We need to find a time and just schedule it, because otherwise we're never going to do it.
That's probably fair. I mean, I did just learn the ritual about a week ago, so it's not like we've been putting it off for a very long time. I'm sure if we get everyone together and tell them, find your item by this day, figure out what you're going to say, and we're going to do it then. I'm sure, hopefully, everyone comes together on that day. We can make it work.
Do you think they're going to be able to get their shit together?
I'll kind of tilt my head a little bit for the ritual itself.
Yeah, I'm worried that Deadbeat has a lot of distractions right now, too.
You're not wrong. I mean, that was a pretty big bomb that was dropped the other night. But I'm sure Deadbeat will find a way to compartmentalize it the way that he does. And he'll show up to the ritual, hopefully in the best way that he can at that moment. And if he's not, and we realize closer to the date that he's not up for the ritual, we can try to work it out with him. He won't like it, but we can try to help him.
I've been trying to help him. I think I might have messed all the progress I've made with him up the other night.
You kind of went off the handle a bit.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I've never had that happen before. I don't know what I don't know what came over me. I literally just felt like something primal took over. I didn't understand why. I just knew that when I saw him cowering away, I wanted to just sink my teeth into him. And I do not understand why.
I mean, there has to be more to it than just that. The way that you reacted to him reacting to her showing up seems like there's a connection. Like maybe you knew about the situation.
I really didn't. I was honestly caught off guard as much as everyone else. I don't know who that girl is. I didn't know her. I don't know who she was. I legitimately have never seen her before in my life, and he's never told me about her. I just remember looking at Deadbeat, trying to figure out why he was freaking out so much, and all of a sudden, I got all growly.
Maybe all your pent up anger from all the little digs and all the little things he said maybe kind of came to the surface when you saw him kind of trying to run away at his weakest at that point.
I don't know. Like, closest thing I can describe it to is when I was younger, just exploding on my mom for no reason.
All the teenage hormones, basically.
I think it's a Garu thing, honestly. Like, because it felt like my wolf took over in that moment. I just felt like it was going to do what it's going to do. But yeah, I got asked by Juniper and Rory about it too. I couldn't explain it to them any better other than just wanting to sink my teeth into him.
Well, we're still learning. We're still trying to figure things out. So, I mean, yeah, the wolf could have just came closer to the surface at that point and kind of caused you to do it. So that could be the answer.
I think he needs our help.
The real question is would he want our help?
He wouldn't ask for our help. We haven't really, well, I don't think Deadbeat is used to relying on people. He's not used to being vulnerable. All this whole attitude of his is just a fucking act. I think he's honestly more hurt than any of us give him credit for.
I can see it. But the problem is he won't ask us for help, and we can't push the help. Because if we push it, I mean, you've seen when we've pushed issues or things with DB, he kind of goes off the handle at times. So we got to find a middle ground to try and help him.
I think it might honestly help, and you're already doing it, not calling him Deadbeat anymore. I don't think he likes that. I mean, I wouldn't.
It's, yeah, the name is definitely, I mean, I wouldn't like it either. You're not wrong. Being called Deadbeat all day. And I think mainly the whole DB thing is just, I picked it up because everyone else is calling him DB more than Deadbeat.
I'm also just worried about Juniper.
I wouldn't be lying if I said I wasn't also worried, but at the same time, both Deadbeat and Juniper are making progress in some way. So I'm not as worried as I was 4 weeks ago. But why are you exceptionally worried? Why are you more worried about Juniper?
She was ready to go out and kill Spud when I had just stated that the Sept needs him. She said that she was going to solve the problem. She literally brought her axe out, said, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to solve this problem. And it's going to be red and orange.
That was definitely a bit of an overreaction. But like I said a few days ago, we have been trained most of the time, and what we've been taught is to kill leeches. We've been told that they are the enemy, that they are the ones that we are meant to kill down here. And learning that the Sept is working with one closely and has been for a while, maybe as long as we've been trained to hunt them. I mean, even I felt like that was a slap to the face. But
I think that it's more insulting that you didn't think that you thought that everything was black and white. Nothing's black and white, not even the nation. Read any book, any fiction, any nonfiction. It's never black and white.
at that, I'll cross my arms a little bit and kind of turn to Delphine. Remember the rest of that conversation. I also stated that the Sept is working with the Spud potentially for betterment. That, yes, we were trained to hunt leeches, but he could be a reliable source to help us fight the spores. It could help us fight the worm. I'm not seeing this in black and white.
She'll sigh a little bit. Yeah, you're right. But Juniper is. Hell, I trusted Deadbeat with the knowledge that Spud was a leech before any of you. Because out of everyone, I think Deadbeat's the more capable one of seeing things in black and white, not in black and white, but in shades of gray.
It's possible, but I could also see that the reason you probably told DB is because you thought that he wouldn't care that Spud was a leech. That it's not his problem, not his worry. So, cool, Spud's a leech. Why does that affect him?
It's not why I told him. I told him he was a leech because I wanted him to trust me. I wanted to show Deadbeat that he can trust somebody.
Did it work?
Yeah. Until the other night. That was my bad. I fucked up.
If you're able to get him to trust you once, and if this wasn't that big of a setback, you can get him to trust you again. I mean, have you talked to him and asked him?
I haven't been able to pin him down. He hasn't been at the house a lot lately. And we've gotten back to work doing gestures to the cairn. I've just also been trying to give him some space.
That's fair. I mean, he has been a little dodgy at the house recently, and I think the space is good for him. So I rescind my comment. But the whole Spud situation with Juniper, I can understand her reaction. And I think you're maybe taking that reaction a little bit too far. I think that with everything that we've gone through and everything that we've done and learned, I wouldn't have been surprised if that was everyone's reaction.
Spud's not a bad person. He's my friend.
He's your friend that gets you drugs.
Yeah, people can be friends with their drug dealers, you know.
You're not wrong, but are you sure that this is a genuine friendship and not a... This is a correct way of saying it, a parasocial friendship of you attaching the drugs that he's giving you to some sort of friendship?
She'll grit her teeth a little bit. He's my friend. And he's not a bad person. Honestly, if we think about it, what if there's more leeches like him that are full leech? We don't know enough about them.
You're right. I mean, we've had training, but we don't know too much. We've only learned what we were taught. And there might be more like him out there. But I never said he wasn't a good person. I'm just trying to make a connection.
He's the only person around right now that knew me before I was this.
Was he the one
No.
that got you the drugs first?
My friend Seth heard about him. We were in New Orleans. And me and Seth and Eli, we went to the nightclub. They asked me to approach him to see if I could get the drugs cheaper. We went to Spud's van afterwards. Eli didn't want to go in. So just me and Seth went in. I don't remember much about that night, but I do remember finally feeling good. Finally feeling something. Like I didn't have to run anymore. That I could just relax for a moment.
So the drugs that Spud gave you, that was your relief. That was your feelings coming back.
It's better than feeling nothing.
What I'm about to say is not an attack on you, but it seems to me that you're connecting a friendship with Spud with the feelings of relief and the feelings of happiness that the drugs that he gives you does. And that at this point, you can't feel anything else without those drugs. You can't even begin to experience any other types of feelings without Spud. You are connecting a friendship with the feelings of the product that he gives you. And it might be true. Spud might be your friend. You might have made a connection. But at this point, the drugs are clouding that judgment. And you can't really begin to fully know with those friendship if you keep using those drugs.
Her eyes are a little glassy. And she's having a hard time looking anywhere but the ground or her hands. And she's fidgeting a lot more.
With what Aspen told us to try and cut off our connection to Spud, it might benefit you more than any of us if you actually listen to what she said.
I have been listening to what she said.
Can I roll an insight on that?
Sure. It's an insight. If you want to do a manipulation and subterfuge there, although I would say you're at a -2 dice penalty there, Delphine. Actually, you don't even need to roll.
He saw me.
No, there's no roll. Yeah. There's no roll necessary here. Good point. You've caught her red-handed.
Okay.
Delphine, you and I both know that you are not listening.
She looks at him out of the corner of her eye and glares just a little bit. She's struggling in this moment to figure out a way to get out of this situation. She'll look around, eyes darting around the clearing, looking at the table, looking at the structure. You don't know anything, right? Okay.
I may not know exactly what you personally are going through, but I know what it feels like to have an obsession. And I know that that is a hard thing to deal with.
She'll turn and look at him then. And what are you obsessed with then? You're wanting to find some middle ground here with me, right? What are you obsessed with, Ray?
Saving someone close to me, closer than anyone has ever been, in an impossible situation, knowing that I'm the only one that can help.
So is it just your savior complex that's flaring up right now with me?
No. This is a friend worried about you going down a destructive path.
I know what path I'm on. I've heard it from you. I've heard it from Eliza. I've heard it from Sean, Rory, Juniper. I've heard it so much. I've heard how I'm killing myself. I've heard it from my parents too. Only they're not fucking around to say it anymore. They were just going to put me away so they didn't have to deal with me directly anymore. I honestly feel the only reason that Stakes and them kept me for as long as they did is because a methed out Garu is more of a problem than just keeping it in the sept.
I'm not saying that you're going to kill yourself. I'm not saying that I want to get rid of you. I and everyone in this pack are together, and I plan on keeping us all together and helping each other. I'm not planning on getting rid of you and dumping you on someone else. I'm not planning on trying to force you to the extreme to stop. But I do want to help. And I want you to try and make an effort to start.
She'll let her shoulders fall and just sigh a little bit. And then you can't save everyone, Ray.
No. But I can try to save those close to me. And I can try my best.
She'll just shake her head. I'm gonna go.
Okay. But I do still need to try to figure out this ritual a little bit more, so if you want to help me with that.
I'll find out. I'll help the others figure out what they're gonna contribute, but I need to get away from you right now.
Okay. And I'll kind of step away and like open up a path to let her go.
She'll just walk out.
Delphine crosses the clearing, heading towards the trees. Ray, feel the hair on the back of your neck kind of stick up. You feel a little bit of a tingle in the back of your head as a voice enters your mind, the voice of Ember. Don't give up, Ray. Don't let the fire go out for either of you. With that, we transition to our next scene. Rory, settling into Tampa has been an interesting experience for you. Being a bit of a social creature, you've been trying to establish connections outside of the pack. Sometimes those connections are for business purposes, like getting products. Spud was an interesting contact, but then you found out he was a leech, and then you were forbade from doing business with him. Some contacts are for fundraising purposes. Those are usually pretty short-lived, as you can only take a withdrawal, and then you kind of have to vanish and not return for a while. And those are more business establishments that you visit, but you can only visit occasionally because eventually word starts to spread if people start missing their wallets or money goes missing. But on a recent trip to the biker bar with Deadbeat, found yourself meeting an interesting individual by the name of Larry, the young bartender who tends bar at the biker bar. Larry was a friendly enough young man with his shaggy, dark black hair. He was
a hard worker, to be sure, even if sometimes he seemed a little over his head behind the bar. But he was friendly, seemed to know what was the goings-on around the area. And he treated you with respect, even though you did not belong there. It was the bikers' bar, and you were a stranger. But yet he made you feel comfortable and welcome. There was something intriguing about him. If you're going to make a connection, if you're going to make a contact, wouldn't it be somebody that makes you feel comfortable? Somebody who makes you feel welcome? Now, of course, going back to that biker bar means potentially running in to Damien. And that was not the nicest interaction. In fact, you're pretty sure you still can't scrub off the ick from it. But some things are worth the risk. So climbing into your car, you make the drive out to eastern Tampa towards the long rectangular black building. You see a few motorcycles parked outside. It's probably mid to late afternoon. Not a lot of business going on at the biker bar this particular evening, but you can hear some noises coming out of the garage out back. But you're not going to the garage. In fact, you know if you're going to run into Damien, he's probably in the garage. So you're going to try the front door. And lo and behold, when you open it, it does open. And that's when you're greeted by the rotund, large man seated upon a stool at the front door. And by rotund, I mean pushing 4 bills, maybe more, with a vest that is hugging, possibly squeezing his massive frame. A large bowling ball of a head, completely bald, but with a crease of a smile and squinted eyes, and a shirt that is squeezed on his frame, but still showing his belly hanging out from beneath, and ripped jeans that probably were painted on as they are barely holding together. But as you enter, he kind of cocks his head to the side, confused at first. And before he can address you, there's a whistle from over at the bar, which causes him to look over. And you can see that Larry has popped up from behind the bar and says, "Ricky, it's okay." And he just kind of bobs his head and just waves a meaty hand to you, waving you through.
She'll kind of be thrown off about the name of the individual for a second, but recover and then smile politely and head on over to the bar and, well, greet Larry. Today she would be wearing something a little bit more, not her usual hoodie. She's very upset that that's basically just been abandoned since day one. Probably more like a crop top, letting some of her tattoos show a little bit. High-rise jeans, hair pulled back, probably a baseball cap on, sneakers, and...
Larry is dressed in his prospect vest. He has a tight-fitting white t-shirt on beneath it, and then seems to be wearing black jeans and biker boots. Behind the bar, he seems to have everything just so in its place, but everything seems to be pretty quiet in the bar. There's a couple of other bikers over by the pool table playing pool right now, and the bar is still wiped down very nice and clean. Behind the bar, you notice that he actually has a book that is pulled open, and he has it propped open with a couple of glasses holding the pages open so that it can be just held open so that he can work with his hands while the book is still propped open.
Wouldn't you worry about the condensation getting on the pages using that method?
Oh, they're dry. Good to see you again. I wasn't expecting you.
Figured I should actually do good on the drink you served me this time instead of just dipping out.
That's fair. Well, have a seat. What can I get you?
I'll take a course today, and she'll go to pull out the fake ID.
I think you and I both know that's no good here. And he goes down the bar and grabs the course anyway and comes back and sets it in front of you. He then goes over to the book and takes the glasses off of it. And as the book folds closed, you can tell it's a very, very worn paperback copy of Call of the Wild. And he turns around and kind of drops it on the bar behind. What brings you out here today? You wanted to make good on the drink, but I can't imagine that's the only thing that brings you back to mingle amongst the rapscallions, live in the wildlife.
Oh, you're gonna use wordplay now, and she'll motion over to the book.
Yeah. Well, I don't get a lot of time. Didn't go to college or anything like that. So, gotta stay sharp.
No, well, I'm sure you can tell I ain't a local. And for the time I've been here, you've been one of the very few that has been quite kind to me while I adjust.
Yeah, you seem friendly enough. And a lot of people kind of look down on a place like this. Came in, you were nice. Doesn't cost anything to be nice in return. And besides, to have the balls to come in here with these lot, that shows you got guts too. I can respect that. Only the mom around here would dare to come into this place, plus the other lot that comes through every now and then.
At the mention of that, she'll kind of just give him a curious look. The mom?
Oh. Yeah. We got a mom who comes through, brings meals every now and then. She's our boss who's not quite a boss. If you come around here enough, you'll meet her, but I think you'll have to patch in before then.
Fair enough. Quite a picture seeing just a mom come in and feed all these rough and tough men.
Oh, nobody messes with Susan. Trust me. You walk away with a black eye if you mess with Susan, and then you don't eat for a month.
Wow, a month. That's brutal.
Well, you earn your keep around here to get a meal. And you don't want to miss a meal from Susan.
Oh, she's that good of a cook?
The best.
I'll take your word for it. And she'll take a sip of her beer.
So, what's a girl like you need a fake ID for anyway? Seems like that winning smile of yours would get you free drinks pretty much anywhere you wanted. And no, I'm not trying to be creepy.
No, that's your buddy's job in the garage.
Oh, God. you'll have to forgive Damien. He's new and he is still adjusting.
It's fine. I have a roommate that's just like him that. Well, you get used to that kind of language around those kind of folks.
Fair enough. Well, if you can fend them off, you'll fit in just fine. We have another guy around here, Will. He's always looking for a good time. He got head over heels for this wonderful, wonderful young woman who came through here, Jester. He was absolutely obsessed with her, and she clearly just was like one and done with him, but he just fell completely in love with her, and she just wanted nothing to do with him, and he couldn't take a hint for the longest time.
Oh, the poor guy. And she just has like the biggest grin, like hearing this story. Must have been so heartbroken by that.
He's still recovering. I don't know if he ever will.
No,
But anyway, why do you need a fake ID?
Well, one, I'm quite not legally allowed to get this beer yet. Still
Okay.
few months shy.
So underage, got it. What else? That's not usually enough of an excuse. You can usually find a place to get in.
I have a past and would
There it
like to try
is.
and leave that behind.
Well, I won't judge that. That's how a lot of us end up here.
Is that why you became a prospect? Because you have such a dark past?
I became a prospect because my dad runs in the family. He was a member, and he was my hero. Well, my mom still doesn't like the idea that I'm part of the gang. She knows that she could never talk me out of this. Especially after he passed, I was dead set on joining. Because, say what you will about bikers, this group, they're doing good things here. They only want what's best for the community, and this is my home. This is my town. And, you know, say what you will about government and cops and everything. We got our tires on the ground. We see what's really going on, and we'll do whatever it takes to fix it.
She'll kind of just swirl her glass a little bit and absorb what he is saying. Take a large sip after a while and just, that's actually quite admirable of you. Quite envious, ain't gonna lie.
With a past like yours, what do you do? What are you doing here in Tampa? What do you get up to? Just keeping your head down, laying low, or what do you do for fun?
I busk every now and then. Go.
Oh,
and
music.
head out. Yeah. Roommates aren't, well, one of them don't mind it. The others, not so much. And then one, I swear you would think you would think that he thought I was like killing a cat or something with the way he complains about my music.
Can't be that bad.
He even tried to mansplain to me how to play my instrument.
Okay. I'm starting to get a real picture of the type of guy you're talking about. If you come by this place on karaoke night, that's bad music. And I have to, be bartender through all of it, and I swear I drink more than they do.
Are you even allowed to drink while on the clock?
It's a biker bar. It's almost mandatory.
Fair enough. We don't have many of them back where I'm from.
Where is that?
Far up north.
Really? Everything's up north of here. Far up north could be Kansas. It could be... Hell, it could be Georgia. 3 hours from the border. That's pretty far.
I'm from Alaska.
Okay, that is far. Yeah. Wow, this must be complete culture shock for you.
Yeah, not quite used to this heat or the humidity. So, usually around what would be springtime for y'all down here in the lower 48, we call like breakup season.
Oh, the lower 48. That's just... Okay, so breakup season. You gotta explain that to me.
It's when all the glaciers start melting. Gets so gross. All the mud, all the flies.
Oh, my brain went completely somewhere else. Okay, that makes more sense.
That's usually
Yeah,
where it goes when you're not from the area.
fair enough. Yeah, we have breakup season. It's usually after winter, which is cuffing
Yeah.
season.
Yep. Around the same time period, just different things.
Okay, that makes
Getting all
sense.
ready for tourist season and all that.
Well, we don't get a lot of live music here. I mean, every now and then, some of the brothers that come through will play if they're musician types. But if you want to try and make a few bucks, I could talk to Bruce about maybe having you come play every now and then. I think the boys would like it.
They all right with country music and bluegrass? Because that's mostly what I play nowadays.
A lot of these guys are Southerners. Yeah, they're okay with that. I mean, we have Leonard Skinner playing some days. We have, yeah, it's pretty good. It's all right.
Well, if you can put in a word, then maybe I'll take up that offer.
Yeah, you can do that.
And she'll take a look at all the bikers and kind of what they're doing, kind of people watch for a few seconds.
Sure. Give me a wits and awareness.
Would I be at Rage 1 since it's been a few
Yeah,
days?
absolutely.
I got 2.
So as you're looking around, you can see a couple of the bikers are over playing pool. You also see that the one he called Ricky seems to be posted up by the door. And as you're people watching, Larry goes back to tending behind bar a little bit, allowing the silence to hang. He pours another drink and walks around from behind the bar, taking it to one of the men at the pool table, swapping out their empty glass and taking it back behind the bar. You hear a sound of one of the doors from the hallway opening, the one from the garage, as you can hear the sounds of tools, you can hear the sounds of power tools going. And then a rather muscular man with a flat top and a chin beard walks through. And based off of the way he carries himself with a really strong sense of authority. And Larry almost immediately perks up and runs down to the end of the bar. The man leans in, whispers a few things, and passes something to Larry. And Larry nods his head and sticks it into a vest pocket before the man turns, stopping, staring at you for a moment, looking you up and down, and then turning and walking away. And as he walks away, you can see on the back of his vest it says President before he moves towards the back and out.
Yeah, she'll watch him walk out, and then she'll turn her attention back to Larry. Hope I didn't get you in trouble with the president and all that.
No, it's okay. He just, he's very protective, especially lately, but it's fine. And as he's adjusting the note that he has in his pocket, he comes back over and leans on the bar. Well, is there anything else I can get you? I gotta grab some things from the storeroom.
No, that'll be all tonight, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to Bruce. He's kind of busy right now, but we'll see about maybe getting you through here. As cliche as this sounds, can I get your number? He kind of gives a sheepish smile.
She'll pull out her phone and hand it over to him.
Oh, okay. He types in a phone number and passes it back to you. And as
She'll
you look at
send
the
a
contact,
quick-
you see it says Lorenzo.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, everyone seems to think my name is Lawrence, but it's actually Lorenzo.
And she'll send a text message with the name Rory.
You hear a phone go off in his pocket. He picks it up, gives a smile. Will you take your time finishing that drink, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, and maybe next time I come by, you'll be done with that book.
Well, I've read it like 6 times already. It's just... my dad used to read it to me.
That's sweet. It's nice to hear that someone's real close with their father.
Yeah, he was my hero. He gives a smile and gives a dip of his head before grabbing his book and heading towards the back storeroom, leaving you sitting at the bar. What's going through your mind as you sit there finishing up your drink?
She was quite, happy that for once in, a group that is typically known for being, rough around the edges and, not really favored in society, feeling like she found someone that she can fit in with and, quite enjoying that and being able to talk to someone without the expectation that there may be something that they're wanting out of this or that they are just fishing for something from her. And just the genuine kindness of being around someone. And she also is kind of just in her feelings a little bit of all this talk with family. First Eliza, now Larry, just kind of reminding her of how good she had it at home, even though she fucked up.
With those thoughts lingering, finish your drink. As you're making your way out of the bar, preparing to leave, you can see a couple more bikes pulling in. As you depart, you're kind of glad you're leaving when you do, because in the rearview mirror as you're driving away, there's Damien peeking his head around from the garage. And he goes to start approaching the car, but you pull out onto the road, leaving him in the dust. We now transition to our final scene of the evening. In our final scene of the evening,
we find Juniper. Juniper, you were first sent to Tampa with multiple thoughts, multiple missions, multiple endeavors. One was to hunt down the source of the fertilizer. This long thread starting with high quality builders and leading up. What you would eventually find out is an organization known as Pentex. Then you were told something else. Family. You have family. Family that you thought you had lost. You thought all notions of family died when those in high quality builders took everything from you. When you returned to that homestead to find everyone you cared about murdered. Murdered at the hands of the villains who wanted your family's land for their very own. Murdered at the hands of an organization that you had only begun to scratch the surface of. And as you find out more and more about, it's even more villainous than you could even imagine. But now, it seems that well of family goes deeper. And while you had done some research on your own, you hit a wall. Because you looked into your father, which was the strange missing link. You knew about your mother's side of the family, the Camines. A Manistee staple that dated all the way back to a logging family, a lumber family, a pillar of the Manistee community in Michigan. But then there was Dad. Dad, who just sort of appeared in the family. He met and married your mom and took her name. She didn't take his. And when you tried to research him, when you tried to trace him back, you didn't find any relatives. You didn't find any mom or dad. You couldn't find as much as a birth certificate. You couldn't even trace where he came from. And as you thought back to your childhood, he never talked about growing up. He never talked about his childhood. He would only really refer back to your mom's stories of you. He would only talk about the family story. For that, it seemed like a dead end. But then the topic of family came up again. And all of this vengeful streak that you've been on against high quality builders seemed to blind you to the idea of finding this family. And then you found out that they might be Guru. That opened up so many more possibilities. Could they still be alive? Could they be here? Could they be someone you know or have interacted with? Do they know about you? Maybe it's just curiosity. Maybe it's just something to distract you from the frustrations of being hamstrung in your attempt to get vengeance, because it seems like every time you go to do something, someone gets in your way, or you're not strong enough to enact that vengeance just yet. You need to train more. You need to learn more. Or you just need to be sneakier about it so that people stop trying to stop you. But we were told of a possible source after your meeting with Lucas. The glasswalker, Artie. Now, you didn't know much about what a glasswalker was because your only knowledge came from the Sept in Hell, and they didn't have any glasswalkers. They were the rough and tumble, rough around the edges, backwoods guru. Glasswalkers are city guru. They thrive on technology. But now, being in Tampa, urban as urban can get, your education has started to grow. And learning that Artie is a glasswalker, learning what a glasswalker is, what they're capable of, you've learned that he has a unique gift for research, especially technological research, and that he might be able to get you a few steps closer to answers. So with this knowledge, you reach out. Having found out that Artie has returned from being gone for several months, having left before your pack even arrived in Florida, but having just returned. So why not take the chance? Why not take the opportunity? And if he finds nothing, he finds nothing. But if he finds something, maybe that's a thread worth pulling. Maybe there's something to be gained from this. Maybe there's hope after all. Our scene begins in a coffee shop near the cairn, as near as one can be, where urban environments start, which is actually quite some distance, as the cairn is really literally in the middle of nowhere, which, if you know anything about glasswalkers, is literal hell for a glasswalker, as there is no Wi-Fi signal, there is no technology to be had or felt. So for poor old Artie, he found the closest source of signal he could to the cairn, the closest source of civilization to set up shop. Small coffee shop, local mom and pop place that offers Wi-Fi signal, not the best by any means, but enough to suit his purposes. And after having made contact, he set a meeting time with you, and you arrive. And you go to the back of the coffee shop, which is almost completely empty. That's how remote this place is. There's a counter off to one side. You can get lattes, espressos, pretty much anything you want. But this is a place that likely could get run out of business by bigger branches like Starbucks. So every purchase is valuable to this place. And based off of the looks, when you approach the small table in the corner that Artie is set up at, there are several coffee cups on the table. Artie has probably either been here a while or really loves his coffee. He has his laptop open on the table, and you can see several stickers on the case of the laptop, including a Garfield the cat sticker. Now, based off of Artie's appearance, this doesn't seem like a guy who would have stickers all over his laptop, as he is dressed in a vest, a button-up shirt. He's got short hair, glasses, a goatee, slacks, dress shoes. But one of the outstanding features is the cheeseburger tattoo on his forearm, which shows a little bit of wit to his personality. To think that this guy is guru is also kind of bizarre, as most of the guru you have met, maybe aside from Aspen, have all and Charles, have been a little rough around the edges. This guy seems to be more Charles and Aspen leaning than anyone else you've ever met, which maybe sets you a little on edge, as you haven't really cared
for those types. Those kinds make you bristle. But when Artie looks up as you come closer and gives a flashing smile, something about the smile, that ragabash glint in his eye, immediately disperses all of the notions that he's going to be one of those stuck up, stick in his ass guru that you have seen before. He rises from the table and offers out a hand to you. And this is where our scene begins. Hey, Juniper.
Oh, hey, Artie, right? And I go to shake his hand.
That's me. Have a seat. Can I get you anything?
I take another quick look around. Yeah, coffee, if that's okay.
Tom, can we get a coffee over here? Cream, sugar, black. How do you like it?
A lot of cream, a little bit of sugar.
A lot of cream, a little bit of sugar, Tom. Calls over behind the counter, and you see a pretty young, probably high school age young man behind the counter who just waves over and starts preparing the coffee. Artie then sits down at the table and gestures to a chair for you as he resumes typing. So I heard we have some 23andMe work to do for you.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, you already got the lowdown of it. Good. Is it safe to talk here?
Oh, yeah. I've got a let's just say I've done some preparation for this meeting, and we've got a little cone of silence going on right here.
Perfect. Yeah, so I was actually hoping that you would be able to help me find out more about my dad's side of the family. I tried to do a bit of research, but there's really no information about him or his side. Like, he even went to lengths to take like my mom's last name and everything when they got married. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to find out more and see what's going on there.
Why don't you tell me what you do know so far? Tell me what you remember. Tell me, where it all begins. Let's start there and work our way backward. Because I kind of got, well, let's just call it the Cliff's Notes, the Reader's Digest version of your pack, your crew starting out. And as he's talking, as you're listening in, all of the sound from the rest of the coffee shop outside of around the table has vanished. You can't even hear the guy making your coffee from the counter that is only like 10 feet away. So why don't you tell me what you do know? And we can start, because I kind of got, who you are, a little bit about you, a little bit about Delphine, a little bit about everybody, but I've been really just trying to catch up on everything that's going on. So I can't say I know a lot much more than that.
Yeah, and to be honest, I haven't really said much about myself to anybody. So, well, I come from Manistee, Michigan, and from what I do know about my family, we come from a long lineage that's been in that city for a while. And um we're pretty big in the lumber business, if I remember correctly. And then kind of fucked that all up. Um And so, after almost causing an entire deforestation fiasco, they kind of ended their business, moved out to the woods, and created like a homesteading plot, and have just been kind of living in the woods ever since. Like I said, I've had a really hard time finding any information out, even on my mom's side, just because of that lineage and that history. So yeah, I honestly I don't know much more than that. It's very wishy-washy when you look back.
As you're talking, you can hear him typing rapidly on the keyboard, and his fingers seem to be flying over the keys at blinding speed, his eyes tracing over the screen really quickly. I would say it's admirable to live that kind of lifestyle, but I'm pretty sure I'd have an aneurysm. But anyway. Okay. So, not a lot of records. You're right. Not a lot of paperwork from there. I see where you got caught up about your dad. See the marriage certificate for your mom and dad, the marriage announcement. There's not a lot before that. Let me see if I can do some digging. But while I do that, tell me about how you've been settling in here. How have things been going?
I have a moment where I just inwardly roll my eyes, because this definitely just feels like a little bit of awkward fishing to like do a weird check-in on me. But I relent a little bit. I mean, it is what it is for the most part. I'm still not like the happiest about how we ended up down here, but it still aligns with what I was set out to do in the beginning of this path of mine. So,
Why would you be? You were uprooted, forced to come down to what some people say is the taint of America, or the, vestigial ball sack of America, and forced to fight the terrible fight of being a guru. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I totally get it. Do you know, I spent the first almost 10 years after my change as the only guru in Tampa. Well, really, the only guru I knew of.
you've been a guru for over 10 years?
Yeah.
I just kind of look at him perplexed. We've been told so often that we won't live long as guru and we'll probably die and this and that.
Depends on how you live.
That's true, I guess. I mean, Eliza's still around too.
Well, Eliza's got a rough story. After she lost everything, she kind of forgot what it was to be a guru for a decade herself. So she lost 10 years of being a guru there, which in retrospect kind of extended her life, probably made things a little bit easier, but also she gave up 10 years of her life too to guru depression, so to speak. So while it's a boon, it's also a drawback.
Yeah. I definitely was almost there myself a few months back. But yeah, I wouldn't mind being a guru if it hadn't happened the way that it did, if that makes sense.
Get it. My first change, I killed my brother. He was my only family.
I just freeze for a second, totally speechless, almost do a double take, but catch myself. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry.
It's not an easy thing. Comes unexpectedly. I didn't maul him to death or anything like that. He just got scared and ran out into a street and got hit by a car. But our mom had died, cancer, and I had been raising him. And, wouldn't you know it, old guy comes knocking. And, humans aren't meant to be around our types. That's what happens. A lot of us have stories like that. It's kind of the price some of us pay for the claws and fangs and regenerative capabilities, and makes you think it's not worth it. Makes you think it's more of a punishment than a benefit. And it's really, really hard to see it any other way than that for a very long time. I spent most of my time as a guru thinking of it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I do think of it that way. I don't understand why it has to be so traumatic and fucking awful. Like if we're here to protect things and to protect the balance and protect people, especially innocent people, like why are so many innocent people dying just for us to become protectors? Like that's so morbidly ironic.
Think of it this way. If you were being held underwater, every few moments you were brought above the surface, just for a second, maybe a millisecond, to gasp for air, you would thrash, do anything you could to get that air. Instinct would kick in. You wouldn't think. You wouldn't be deliberate. You would do whatever you could to breathe. Whatever it took to breathe. Now imagine you're Gaia, and your breathing is making Guru. You don't know you're killing innocent people when you do it. You don't know about the timing. All you know is you're drowning, and breathing, making those Guru, is the only thing that's going to allow you to breathe. Because you've been drowning for so long. You've been hurting for so long. She's not doing it to punish us. She's not doing it to hurt us. She's not doing it deliberately. She's doing it because she's desperate. And we're the only thing that can save her. And she's running out of time. She's running out of the ability to make us. And it sucks that we have to pay the price. And I'm sure that if she had a choice, she wouldn't make us pay that price. She'd take back all of the harm she's done. But if she dies, what's it gonna matter? Everyone goes with her. All of the innocents go with her. There will be no one left. The worm will destroy everyone. Everyone will be consumed. Maybe not right away. Decay takes time. But eventually. Can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, and unfortunately those eggs are ours. And it hurts. But I've kind of decided to take the altruistic idea that I lost my eggs so that I can prevent others from losing theirs. And I got to meet Aspen and Jester and Aiden, even if it was only for a little while. And he looks down at the cheeseburger tattoo and touches it for a moment. And now I got to meet you. And believe it or not, that's actually a pretty cool thing. So I guess you guys are the eggs I get for the egg I lost. And besides, and he hits a key and a beep goes off, we might have found some more eggs for you. Your dad was in witness protection. So, when your dad moved to Michigan, he was placed there. He just happened to meet your mom and fall in love. That just happened to be a circumstance. Coincidental, I suppose. But he's from Florida. In fact, he was originally part of a mafia crime family here in Florida, specifically here in Tampa. Just so happens he had a kid and was looking to get out. So he turned state's evidence against his own family. That's how the family got busted, and that's how the crime family fell out of grace. Why you don't hear about the Tampa mob very much anymore. They shipped him up to Michigan to hide him. But I don't know where the kid is. I'll have to keep looking into that. But I think I have a lead. I think I know where the mom is.
Jesus. I rub my forehead a little bit, just having been onslaught with an absolute fucking emotional roller coaster. Okay. Holy fuck. Sorry, this is just like a lot to take in. I would have never expected my dad, of all people, to be involved in a mafia.
Yeah, he was a teenage mafia prince, apparently. Looks like he had a kid out of wedlock that they put up for adoption. And the mom was squirreled away, and he was sent off state's evidence when he turned on his family.
I feel like I need a cigarette after all of this, and I don't even smoke. That's a lot to take in. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Oof. Thank you. How did you do that? How did you find all of that stuff?
Had to follow the white rabbit. You know, like the Matrix.
I thought that that's Alice in Wonderland.
Also that. I prefer the Matrix because it's more technological.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with The Matrix, but I know the book Alice in Wonderland.
Good
Anyway.
Lord, you country people. Okay. I can keep digging. It's going to take some time. However, good you've gotten to know Lucas, because I hear Lucas has already met with the Mafia people. So if you want to meet one of your uncles, maybe you can get an introduction.
Oh. I'll have to think on that. I don't know if that's the greatest of ideas, given the circumstances of what my father did, and
That's fair.
yeah. But good to know I have a possible introductory in there. Wow. I do not know how to take any of this right now. This was way more than I ever imagined would be the answer.
I will tell you this, though. The mom's still alive.
Okay.
Not your mom, obviously, but the mom of...
Yeah, I got that part, Artie. My mom is very much dead.
Sorry.
Yes. Could you teach me how to do this kind of stuff?
It's a little more complicated. I can. It's usually innate to my tribe, but I can teach you. It just takes a little bit longer. You got to get a little bit more friendly with Spider. But luckily, Regina is my buddy, and we can get you some meetings with Regina and introduce you. And yeah, I think we can get you in the know-how.
Who's Regina?
Oh, my Jeep. You may have seen her parked outside.
Everything has a spirit, right? Yes.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
a spider spirit.
If you had told me that a couple weeks ago, I would have been very confused.
Yeah. It takes some getting used to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would appreciate it. Because knowing how to do this, really help me in the long run too. If I can't get a hold of you or you disappear again for months.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. But the mafia, really? I'm still just.
He was starting over.
Yeah, yeah. He definitely started over. Just wow. It's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, it's kind of cool. Huh. Um. All right. Do you know how much time it might take to follow the white rabbit, as you say?
Well, this was a closed adoption, so it was pretty lock and key. But if I broke through the, witness protection database, I'm pretty sure it won't take me too long. Roll me a wits and insight.
I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Okay.
That is gonna be 3 successes.
He's hiding something.
I squint at him a little bit. Are you being serious about breaking in to the
Yeah.
to the database? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. It feels like you're being kind of sus about something here.
I have to be careful about what I find. Because from what I heard, this could affect more than one person. You have to understand, my loyalty goes to multiple people in this situation. So if I find something that might, bring up certain loyalties, I have to make sure to address those first.
Are you worried I'm gonna harm someone or something?
No, I just have to maybe give somebody a heads up.
Remembering what just happened the other day with Deadbeat and them trying to run away from their own fucking responsibilities and shit like that, I'm just taken aback a little bit. I hope not to give them a chance to run away or anything.
No.
Okay. I mean, the people or the person or people that you're talking about, are they good people?
One of the best.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess giving them a heads up is only fair.
I'm very happy for you.
Um. Okay.
Just give me some time.
Okay, I can do that. Are you okay?
If I could have a parade right now, I would.
I feel like you already know everything, and you're just giving them a head.
I got a lot of work to do, because they don't know either.
I will be patient,
Please do.
but I really want to know. But I will be patient out of respect
Thank you.
for you. And thank you for doing all of this work for me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It was very nice to meet you, Artie.
Maybe consider toning it down a little bit. This is worth it.
Toning it down in general or toning it down towards...
In general. You'll get your turn. Just need to pick your spots. I get it. That Ragabash instinct. You want to fight it, but you got that Black Fury and Ragabash working for you. Got to really temper that flame. But you'll get your spot. You want the
I'm
long
trying.
life in this one, trust me.
Yeah.
We'll talk soon, okay?
All right. We'll talk soon.
Get up. You walk away, taking your coffee with you. What's going through your mind?
That was simultaneously the most relaxing and easy, yet emotionally whiplashed conversation I've had with anybody in the Sept so far. I have so many questions about my dad's life, and I just wish that he was still around so that I could ask. I want to know who this person is. I have a feeling on who it could be, especially with how much Artie spoke of them with such reverence. And just knowing the little bit that I do, but I will be patient. I will make an attempt to tone it down, as he says. So, yeah, I'm really just feeling like a whole whirlwind of emotions, but I'm really glad that someone has an answer for me.
And this is where our story comes to an end tonight, but not without one last scene. We stay in the coffee shop as Artie lifts his phone and says, "Hey, Regina, call Jester." And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description. We'll be back with Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday over on Twitch. And you can see the next episode of Hellhounds here on YouTube on Friday. So stay tuned. We'd love to have you back. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Good night, everybody.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hounds is produced in arrangement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Hounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Theme song Rage Across Tampa lyrics by Preston and Kent. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.